in 2025, assuming that passes in the budget.
I have a question for Attorney Detman, if he's listening.
I'm here.
Have you heard any scuttlebutt about additional legislation addressing property taxes in the next session?
No, I don't think there was likely to be any, just because of the package that was done, in the special session. It's a multi-year package, and so it would be really tough to try to reconfigure that.
Yeah, nobody wants to go back to that table. I get it.
But last time you said something about the legislative session passing.
Yes.
A lot to bring it down to 25. Is that right? From 29 in the next few years?
I can't. Brandon, do you?
It's Cassie has it.
Cassie? Great.
Yes, I do. They're going to ratchet down the commercial over the next couple of years. Again, it doesn't take into effect until budget year 2026. And let me just bring up those slides quickly to remind myself what that impact is going to be. I apologize. I should have had that up.
That's okay.
So it'll start in 2026 budget year, and the commercial will go down to 27%, and then the next year 26%, and then the next year will be 25%.
So it'd be 2028.
Yes.
Well, I remember us saying that any increase in assessment value is probably just make that.
We'll wipe it out.
We'll wipe it out, right? So any decrease would just be, negated, I guess, with the increase in assessment value.
That's one way to look at it. Other questions?
One, I think I know the answer to this, but to the extent that there are new buildings done, and I'm thinking about the Riverbend structure, and maybe if T-Boat property goes forward quickly, if those are added during the year next year, those won't show up on the tax revenue until the following year, correct?
Yes. Depending on when they were to show up.
Yeah.
Because they next year is an assessment year, a reassessment year, so they would do that. But I mean, they would really have to be in there before May, I would assume.
Okay.
Other questions, comments?
So assessments are reviewed every 2 years, right?
Yeah, every 2 years.
And so the last one was 2023.
Correct.
Next year's assessment.
Especially if we have to remember too that for a 2 main is, I don't know when that's going to be rebuilt, but that's in process. So
Yeah, the tax picture, the property tax picture for Lyons is gonna have changed a lot in the next couple of years. I think if the Riverbend thing, something happened with T-Bow 402 Main, and the big kahuna is the hotel. And what we do in years going forward, not next year's revenues, but thereafter, hugely depends on whether it's a hotel spinning off large amounts of lodging tax, sales tax, and use tax. Most of the property tax would go to the URA under the financing arrangement, but that's gonna make a dramatic impact on Lyons, the town of Lyons revenues going forward. And I mean, we keep telling people that, why do we need a big hotel? Why do we need a hotel? Well, if we don't get those tax revenues from the hotel in future years, where are they gonna come from? And I think projecting into the future, if you don't get that tax revenue from the hotel, where you're gonna get it from, you're probably gonna raise your property taxes 5.5% max every year, because there aren't that many other sources. We've already pretty much maxed out sales tax, so, that, the picture's gonna maybe change a lot in the next few years for the good or the bad, because it could go either way.
And it could be vastly different next year this time.
Yeah.
Well, and to be honest, I don't see a huge impact on the residential properties, but on the commercial properties, it's huge. I mean, I just see our business struggling already, and I'm just thinking if we were to ask for that, you know, that much more.
Yeah, I don't have much of a problem. Given how relatively little it is increasing in residential, but I sure do with commercial.
And so we have to lobby the state to reduce that amount. It's such a big jump between 7.65 and 29%.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah.
I don't know how small business owners.
And that's a whole nother discussion if we want to talk incentives.
Right,
Local.
right,
Yeah.
right. I was wondering, is there a way to offset, obviously, I mean,
Some of
maybe there's
it,
a way of equalizing.
Well, there's a way of providing value that might not be directly financial, but there's a way of providing value.
So we need to have a plan for when. What do we need a plan for?
Now.
Now?
Okay, we've got about 5 more minutes on this topic. If anybody wants to bring up anything else related to budget, we're gonna be talking about it later as well.
We mentioned this at the workshops, but Boulder County, for good or ill, the assessor just redid their property tax search website. And now if you go to any particular property and you click on taxes, it brings up a pie chart that splits it out into county, fire district, school district, level. And that's the kind of thing we were talking about, putting in a town
Yeah,
Yeah,
publication or
Yeah.
or in the newspaper.
newspaper or something like that. At the time, basically the tax bills are coming out, this is what slice goes to town lines. But that now shows up on the
I think that's
assessor's
a great
website when
idea.
you look at that, for taxes on an individual property.
I doubt there are very many people in Lyons who realize that the fire district is getting more than the town of Lyons when it comes to their property tax. I really don't think people know these numbers. I know the chamber was very interested in seeing the breakdown for commercial. So I think there's a great value in advertising this. I'm looking at the slide with the residential example and the commercial example, so that people can see like real numbers and real values. I think either the pie chart or even Cassie was talking about the dollar bill that was cut up into segments. I just think any visual that we can offer would be really helpful in educating residents and businesses alike, so they can better understand where their property taxes are going. I don't think many people realize that only 13% comes back to the town of Lyons.
And 4 times that much to discuss.
Yeah.
Do we hear a lot of complaints? Yeah, I mean, everybody's taxes go up,
Yeah,
but I'm just wondering if there's been an outcry
yeah.
Yeah,
specifically to the town, thinking all of this money goes to us here.
Oh, I don't get it.
I've heard some, I don't think people think all of the money goes to the town, but I think people don't understand how little actually does.
And don't you think that's a function of people coming from elsewhere, where that's the,
I don't
that
know.
may be the norm? Well, I'll give you a typical example. In the state of New Hampshire, every dime of the property tax goes to the town and the school district, and then the town parses it out.
Yeah, I don't know where people come from, so I don't know what they're,
I think what I hear mostly, generally speaking, would be more like an entitlement, where I hear people saying, well, my taxes should be paying, like, I guess what I'm hearing is my taxes should pay for that, or I'm paying enough in taxes, that should be covered, and that should be covered. Like, I feel like what I hear is the town of Lyons should be doing everything because they pay so much in tax. And I'd like to make it clear to residents that 13% of their property tax is coming back to the town of Lyons, and then we are trying to do as much as we can with that 13%. Like, we're really trying to like stretch it out, like as much as possible, whether it's snow removal or whether it's limb drop off or whatever service we're offering, whether it's streets. I'd really like people to see that relationship.
I have a quick question, and I'm not sure if anybody has the answer, but I don't anticipate that it will, but if the school district bond measure fails, is there an impact to our taxes?
No, that keeps saying.
Well, if it passes, there's no impact because it's essentially,
I think that fails, there's an impact.
if it fails, then
Yeah.
we pay less taxes.
Yes.
Yeah, because they were gonna renew an existing tax, not raise it, but if
Right.
the tax is not renewed,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty, well, we'll talk about this again in a couple hours.
Just for the record.
Yeah.
I don't hear much about property tax, and in real dollars, I'm still paying less property tax on my house here now, 4,000 square feet. I'm paying less in real dollars than I was in 2006 in New York for a 1,500 square foot house. So we got a pretty good year.
Comparatively, we should.
we did hear from a group of local business owners, though, a couple
Boy,
of
that's, yeah.
weeks ago,
Yeah,
just
that one, yeah.
acknowledged that
Business owners.
we got an email from a group of them that are saying it's hard to get by with property taxes.
Sure, of course.
And then the split between what difference it makes residential and commercial shows who's bearing
Yeah,
the biggest
brunt,
burden of the
for
tax.
sure.
No doubt it's commercial properties.
Well, and I wouldn't blame them in that case for raising their fees or their prices. Whether it comes to pizza, whether it comes to a massage, whatever service that comes down to. I wouldn't blame property owners for raising their fees to cover increase in costs.
Yeah, and then it comes down to, it comes down to the consumer bearing it, like, it just is the way it is. Okay, so we're gonna close this discussion at 6 o'clock. We're gonna welcome some guests online and,
We have one in person.
we have one in person. It's on the way, but we'll get started. Welcome. We'll give it a moment here. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. So,
Andrew, continue.
yeah, I'll let Andrew take it away, but I just wanted to say we really appreciate your time and we're really eager to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, so as requested, Andrew Bone, planning staff, as requested, staff reached out to a few developers to try to get a panel about workforce housing and housing in general and how small projects could work within the town of Lyons. So we reached out to a studio shed, Vertical, and Fading West, and we've got representatives. Got one coming in person and then representatives online. Also reached out to Boulder County. I don't see Bill here yet, but he was going to come to kind of present how Boulder County approaches some of these projects. And then just to give some insight about, how these relationships work. But as far as the names, I'm not familiar with the teams. So if you all want to, I know John, but I'm sorry, I don't know the others. So
Yeah, let's do some introductions. I'll go from my top left, Hollywood Squares here. Drew, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Drew Heimerl. I'm the design director at Fading West here in Buena Vista, Colorado.
Thanks for joining us.
Yep.
And John?
Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Miner. I work for our development company is called the Dutch Mountain Company, but we work closely with Studio Shed, and Mike Koenig, who's one of the co-founders of Studio Shed, is on our team, who you'll meet in just a minute here.
Okay, great. Thank you. Welcome. Melissa?
Good evening. Thanks for having me. I am also on the team with John and Mike with Dutch Mountain Company.
Great, thank you. And Bill?
Hi, Bill Cole with the Boulder County Housing Department.
Thanks for joining us.
You bet. Hi.
Hey, Bill.
Hi.
So I know that Letterbone sent along some questions to you, and so he sent 10 questions. So 10 questions to, no, I'm just kidding. So we're looking forward to getting those answered and hearing what kind of experiences you've had. And I think, here in Lyons, as you know, we're really limited geographically, and we're facing the same housing cost constraints that other communities in Boulder County are facing. So we're looking at ways to build some more housing and do it in a way that's ecologically sensitive, that's affordable, that's accessible, all those great things. So to the extent that you could provide some examples, maybe of things you've done in communities like ours, I think that would be super helpful. Anybody dying to go first?
I mean, I can start and speak to some of the projects we've done here in both in Buena Vista and in other communities throughout Colorado. Right now, that it's a larger scale project, but we've got an apartment building right in BV, downtown BV, that Fading West actually constructed as a modular apartment building. The town was a partner in that development project, so I think it's a good project to take a look at as a case study. They brought the land to the table, so it was old land that used to be part of a high school baseball field that was swapped to the town in a land swap. So town had some land. They knew they needed attainable housing. They kind of came to the table and brought that, and also helped out with some of the grants. And then we were able to source other development partners and make that happen from the modular side, from the construction side. So that's one sort of larger scale project that we've done. I think in other communities, we've seen developments as small as 4 homes on a block, where the municipalities or nonprofits identified land that they were able to subdivide and make available to the housing authority. Another project that comes to mind is an old hospital was demolished in a town in the north part of the state, and that land was given back to the town in some sort of a land swap, and the housing authority made that particular project happen. So I think there are a number of ways where we've seen municipalities be successful, but what the municipality usually ends up chipping in is the land. That's kind of the critical piece of the puzzle. So identifying what areas of land you have that might be prime for development is maybe the first step. There may be other equations, but I know that's sort of how we've seen it move through the system quickly.
Anyone have any questions about that?
So, good question, Drew. Yeah, so if the municipality kicks in the land, and this is a ballpark question, but just what part would be subsidies and grants that would consist of, that would get you to a reasonable business case to develop something? Do you have a ballpark for that, or?
Like as a percentage?
Yeah, I mean, if you had a free land from a municipality, then you had, construction costs, development costs on top of that. I mean, at some point it makes it viable for you. And I'm just trying to understand what other levers are introduced at that time, which will make it appealing to you.
Well, I think Fading West is a builder and modular manufacturer. We have partners that we work with on the development side. So I would let the developers speak to what's attractive from a capital stack perspective, and what's the breaking point, how many other grants you have to bring to the table to make it work. I know there's there are a lot of communities taking advantage of Prop 123 money, and that's very, very attractive. And then there are a number of other grants. A lot of them are tied to renewable energy that have helped make these projects work. So we often, we have a base cost for our modules, which doesn't include heat pump heating and cooling. It doesn't necessarily include, additional insulation or low U windows. But those municipalities often end up, going for those upgrades and including some of those features to apply for the grants. I don't know if that really helps.
Yeah,
answer
no,
your
I think that
question.
helps. Thank you.
I've got a question for you or any one of the other people that are here too. What about water rights? That's a big deal here and in a lot of other places on the Front Range and I guess on the Western Slope too. What do you see in terms of where these small developments, what do they do for water rights? Is that something that the municipalities kick in or that they find a way to come up with on their own, or how does that usually work?
Bill, it looks like you got your hand raised there.
Can I take a crack at that?
Sure.
Sorry, I'm
Oh,
late.
yeah,
I was at the wrong, one of the wrong, there's many doors. So I was at the wrong door.
Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. So I'm Mike Koenig. I'm the co-founder of Studio Shed. We launched Studio Shed is a panelized manufacturer. I think some of you have been to our facility in Louisville. We've been operating since 2008. We've completed over 6,000 projects in all 50 states around the country. And most of the units that we do are residential accessory dwelling units. And we have done 300 or 400 commercial projects. Like we built a huge school in Tahoe, several big projects in Colorado, aside from just residential ADUs. Just over a year ago, we launched a multifamily division. So just think taking our panels and making bigger Lego sets, multifamily, workforce housing, lodging, whatever you can think of to make the Lego set from. At that time, about a year ago, we started a development company called the Dutch Mountain Company, Affordable Development, with a few partners of which are on the call, John Miner, Melissa Deuce, and Mark Decker. I don't know if Mark can speak.
I tried to let him in and I can't.
Okay, but Victoria and some others and Andrew have met Mark and John. And the idea for the Dutch Mountain Company is to bring affordable housing to Colorado in an efficient manner at a great price. So all that said, and coming back to your question is how costs, right? So when we have been working with various municipalities across the country, it's not the question of water or land or whatever it is, those incentives or that gap, that it may or may not be needed, depending on how the economics work for that development. Historically, I think yields for developers were higher than they are in today's climate. We are targeting, John, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's about 6%, which is on the margins. So everything has to go right. And with our efficiencies to include our own manufacturing we operate in a Toyota lean manufacturing climate or environment, as well as everything we do in terms of like the ground up development. So not unlike Fading West development or any other good developer for that matter, you want to make sure that you're obviously controlling your costs as best as possible, aligning with the right contractors and really going deep on getting multiple bids and that sort of thing. Fortunately, we control a good chunk of that effective cost stack, that supply chain. So I'll pass it over. So I don't know, Melissa's on the call, John's on the call. They have many successful development ranging from low income all the way up to larger scale developments. I don't know. That was a lot.
I would just say specific to the question of water rights, there and where we've looked, they're exceptionally expensive in Lyons. I think at the cost of deed restricted water rights or water rights that can be given to house or to homes considered affordable in Lyons, which I think is about $17,000 per unit. That's still quite a burden. I guess kind of tying this back to the previous question about, you know, what gets you there into making development make sense is if the land is free. It really, I think a lot of that just will depend on the impact fees. And that's something we've worked with other towns with, either a waiver, reduction, or amortization of some of those fees.
Yeah, and to that point, that is something that the town has some control over. So when we get to that point and we understand what that gap looks like, that's where, you know, I know one of your other your other questions was kind of a public-private partnership. That's where we look at some of these projects as help us help you. So if there is a way to have some reduction in impact fees, or, you know, we create green space in lieu of park dedication, you know, some of those things. So we really just try to be creative and collaborative from the beginning.
And I would also add that, you know, that could extend not just to the water rights, but also, you know, other municipal fees as well. Because that ends up, I heard you guys talking about pie charts, you know, before we started this segment. But when we look at the overall development pie, it's actually pretty remarkable how much various tap fees and other, you know, fees stack up to the total cost of development before a shovel ever even hits the ground. And so that's an area where I think that the town can also be helpful and help lower the overall cost.
Mayor, the staff is putting together our impact fees compared to our neighboring communities.
Oh, that's great. That'll be great to see.
Yeah, we'll have that very
Full
soon.
cross section. So
And tell you what, we're up at the top.
Yeah, yeah.
even with.
There's a graph that I was at the Northern Colorado Housing Conference. I think Tanya may have been there
Yeah.
too. That's what we're.
We're using-
I know exactly which graph
Yeah.
I know which graph you're talking about.
That's
I feel like Longmont's towards the bottom, and is it Golden that's at the top?
Castle Rock.
Castle Rock.
Yeah, Golden's at the bottom, like zero.
Oh, Golden's up.
So we're going to add ours onto that and bring it to the board for you guys to see what other communities are able to do, or what their standard fees are for development, let alone something waived or reduced. So you'll see where we are at.
Thank you. Bill, I saw you had your hand up earlier.
That was a mistake, just to let you know I was here before, so I didn't take it down. You're good.
Does Bill have anything to add there from what Boulder County?
Yeah, do you have anything to add from the county perspective?
Sure. I mean, yeah, Andrew did send us some questions, and I can run through them real quick. I just also want to start off by saying that BCHA already has 26 units in Lyons, at 3 developments, the Bloomfield Place, Mountain Gate, and Walters Self Senior Housing. So we already have a presence in the Lyons, and as some of you know, we're also looking at possibly purchasing 224 Seward, the mobile home park there, which we are in the process of doing due diligence on, and maybe closing that, hopefully, if it all works out, sometime in early to mid-December. So we definitely have a presence there. So just going through the questions, what types of small-scale residential projects have we worked on? We've worked on several. Obviously, the 26 units in Lyons. We also have 50 units in Netherlands. And then across the portfolio in Boulder County, we have over 1,000 units. No, almost 1,000 units, with 400 units coming online in Lafayette, which is the Willoughby Corner project, which I'm sure most of you are aware of, which will be both senior housing, multifamily housing, and for sale townhomes. Again, working in Netherlands and Lyons, and it said, what were the largest difficulties faced when developing them? Storage, procurement, and isolation. I know that when we did Tungsten Village in Netherlands, which was 26 units, there was just, it was costly to do it in Netherlands, just being in the mountain community for the BCHA, it was costly. we've had many public and private, we have many public and private partnerships. We have good vendors. We also can be special limited partners for developments that get developed, so they have tax exempt status on their property, which helps both the development and BCHA in the long run. What kind of support and incentives have we received? And funding. So Boulder County, local and state federal funds, and which are grants and loans. We also have had fee waivers on projects that we've done in the county. What kind of funding models have been used? And we use a lot of different ones. We do low-income housing tax credits. We also had some bonds that bought a lot of properties back in 2012 and 2013. We have worked on workforce housing projects. We have worked on for sale and rental units. And once the projects are up and running, we have a staff at BCHA to manage the maintenance and property management as well. And then the last one was, is there any insight you can provide on what government agencies can do to incentivize small scale workforce housing projects? There are several opportunities locally with the new affordable and attainable housing tax for Boulder County, which comes online next year. Engaging with the business community on identifying workforce needs and housing needs. And again, getting back to fee waivers from the local government, just being able to develop and drive those costs down.
Thank you. Questions for Bill?
Yeah, hi, Bill. I'd like to understand better how these taxes, this affordable housing tax is going to support our community directly. Can you speak a little bit more as to how those funds will be divided up between the communities in Boulder County?
So the affordable and attainable housing tax is really focused on development, new development, but also for sorry, it's late for me. New development, retaining existing affordable housing, supportive services, and home ownership opportunities. All of those things come under the affordable and attainable housing tax. And Boulder County Housing Department and BCHA will be covering all of the county outside of City of Longmont and City of Boulder. So we'll be our partner on those funds moving forward. Yeah, and that's really all I can say right now on that.
Do you have any idea of the projected revenue from that tax for next year?
For next year, it's projected to be $16.7 million.
16.7?
Correct.
All we need is a couple.
Right?
Bill, I have a question. I recall reading earlier this year, maybe it was last year, that Boulder County Housing Authority sold off or transferred in some form a lot of its, if I read right, it was like all of its small complexes that were like 6 units or less or something like that.
Yes, the Boulder County Housing Authority is in the process of disposition process of up to 30 units that are scattered sites. So single family homes, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and one commercial property. The county is in process of doing that because the amount of funding and the amount of time it takes to maintain and take care of those properties is more than the rent that's being the expenses are more than the revenues. And since Boulder County has done several large projects, trying to consolidate and do cost savings by disposing of those properties, we are working with nonprofits in the city of Boulder to try to get those properties into the deed restricted long-term into the hands of people who can afford to buy the homes so that they stay affordable and still serve the community.
And are those like geographically isolated? Is that the problem? So that they're not near another property you manage, or?
Right, they're scattered. I mean, they're most of them are in Longmont and Lafayette, and it's just just the cost of maintaining those, like I said, maintaining them and managing them does not bring in the revenue to cover those costs. So it's actually a money loser for the BCHA right now. And we're just trying to consolidate as much as we can into the larger developments. But that said, there are 3 properties in Lyons with 26 units, and those aren't considered scattered site. Those are units that we still, work and maintain. But the other ones are older, like I said, single family homes. So
I have a couple questions, Mike, maybe you can start off. The first might be kind of an easy one. I'm curious about the cost per square foot of constructing, let's say, a 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom apartment in a 4-plex. Just ballpark.
Yeah, so we're working off averages of around 230 to 250 for the vertical construction. So that's everything from the foundation up. We have some ranges on what the actual foundation, it could be a little better, it could be a little not as good, depending on the level of fit and finish. And then it would somewhat depend on the site, right? For the foundation and the horizontal work.
And we're, as I think probably everybody on this call knows, we're looking at potential gentle infill, right?
Right.
And so, and what we've been hearing is, well, no developer is going to touch a project unless it's big enough to make enough return, right? Because you all operate on those tight margins, just like everybody does. So I'm curious about what makes a smaller housing project a go. Like, let's say, for example, a 4-plex of 1-bedroom units on an existing piece of land. If you were to get the land, like, what would make that a go for you?
John, you wanna take that one?
Sure. So, I mean, as you just said, to make it a go, the numbers have to make sense. I think, unlike or maybe a little bit different of an approach to the problem Bill was just describing, in managing smaller sites. I think we would plan until we achieve some level of scale where it makes sense to use third-party property management for rentals. And we'd want to make sure to choose a local property manager that we're really comfortable with, and a lot of diligence would go into that process. But yeah, definitely would need scale before trying to go in-house with the management of a small scale rental like 4 units.
Kind of a related question to that. When Lyons worked with Boulder County Housing after the flood on a project that ultimately didn't pass here in terms of using parkland, the question that got asked over and over was, at that time, why did it have to be 60 units? Why did it have to be so big? And there was a lot of discussion about not just scaling up, but that long-term low-income housing tax credits weren't available through the financing system below, not really a certain level in terms of a number, but in terms of what the market could absorb, that the market at that time wasn't interested in how much in tax credits might be available from a 15-unit complex or something. And you mentioned like a 26-unit one in Meadow. Do you have any, is that still an issue as the financing system changed since then? And if it is still an issue, is there like a minimum number of units that are going to let you access the low-income housing tax credits, which can be a big deal on some projects?
Yeah, my understanding on the low-income housing tax credits is you really need around 30 or more to make it pencil. That it's really hard to do with smaller than that. Really can't do it. I think 20 and under. I think the Netherland project at 26 was kind of unique, and they were able to do it. But it's been full. I mean, it's been occupied. I think there's one vacancy right now out of the 26, so it's worked there. But you really can't. My understanding is you can't do less than 20, and you really need 30 or more to make it work.
Yeah,
You
and
know-
every LIHTC project that we're looking at right now is over 40.
It can, it might work a little better if the, like a 4-bedroom quadplex was for sale, which also opens up a lot of opportunities, obviously, for homeownership. You know, but
Can you explain more about that? So if it's a deed restricted ownership situation, then you don't have to have as many units to get the tax credits? Is that what you're saying?
I realized we were just talking about tax credits and I was coming back to your original question,
okay.
like how to make,
Mhm.
yeah.
Got
It
it.
was actually, I was popcorning around here, but Bill, I didn't quite follow you when you were talking about the disparate, minimum unit number, that's like not available anymore, correct? Like if you have 30 total, but what if they had 10 over here and 10 over here and 10 over here? That doesn't qualify?
I'm not sure how to answer that question. I mean, the scattered sites that that BCHA is disposing of were bought back in 2012, 2013 with bonds, and also with HUD funding. And it just hasn't worked out financially because, like I said, there are a lot of single family homes. I think the biggest units is a fourplex. And it's like I said, it's more expensive to operate and maintain those than than the rent that we're able to get from them, just because they are deed restricted and low income residents. But they are scattered. Like I said, it's mostly in Lafayette and Longmont. There's a couple in Boulder, and there's a couple in unincorporated Boulder County as well.
Just latching, I would say just latching on to Mike's comment about for sale. I think a general problem, not just in Lyons, maybe not even in Colorado, in creating affordable rental housing, is that the for sale math generally just works a lot easier. Like if Mike mentioned earlier, as developers, we have a a reasonable return or yield on our investment that we would usually target, and homeowners most home buyers aren't really acting in that way. And so just sort of the way that homes get priced in the for sale and for rent market is different. And it's a lot easier in our experience. It's a lot easier for a developer to look at the cost of land and look at the impact fees and say, okay, I can make a reasonable return that's worth my time and risk here, selling these versus renting them out.
That's good to know. Because we have heard some appetite for deed restricted ownership. For sure.
Yeah, and we've looked at that a little bit. Those numbers, I mean, even at I don't want to speak out of school here and say something that's incorrect, but we've looked at those numbers, and that is generally a little bit easier to make sense of as a developer, especially at that smaller scale, like Mike was just saying, like a 4-unit project or something where it's not going to come with the sort of ongoing indefinite management of the project as well.
And that's how we've seen it work in Chaffey County as well. Smaller projects are usually deed restricted for sale. Larger projects typically end up being on the larger or for rent side. You can make that work.
Interesting. And Drew, what do you consider like the smaller projects that are for sale?
One house.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it could be a home. I mean, 1-bedroom fourplex would, on an old town lot or a couple old town lots would work as well. But those would need to be condominiumized somehow if they were going to be for sale. So I don't know. I don't actually think I've ever. It's always been townhomes or duplexes. It's never been something that's been condominiumized.
And this is something that we've talked about, several of us here in this room and on the call, but it's not only an issue in line for specifically for developers who are for profit. It's not a unique, I'll say, opportunity in Lyons, but it's similar all around the country where the zoning is very favorable for larger single family homes.
Yeah.
And that's especially true when your impact fees on the market rate get up to 70,000. You're seeing that in Netherlands. They're trying to make some changes to that, because whether it's a 3,000, 4,000 square foot home or a 600 square foot ADU, still the same impact fees.
Wow, really?
Imagine that, $65,000. So that's why you are seeing those large, massive multi-million-dollar homes going up on the ridge.
That's why we waived our tap fees for ADUs here
Yeah,
years ago.
we did.
Right. Yeah, so in terms of and I live here, so I also I don't want to see some huge apartment building going up, right? And in the spirit of gentle densification, there's a way to figure out that lot size. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like when you look at it's kind of like post-World War II housing all over again, right? Martin Acres, when it was a ranch, there was uproar about making these small lots. And some of the, most of those are a quarter acre. Some are a little smaller. But that today is a great neighborhood. I'm just using this for illustrative purposes, by the way. But you can see how the US has put itself in this position over the past 30 years. So how do we are trying to develop, and it's really not possible all the time, but we're trying to develop we don't need anything. That's not always possible right now, very rarely, right? But I don't know, it's more of a comment than anything. So, and something to, I think, consider with the housing need that is in this town. That's very favorable. And I know several people in town that are questioning what to do with their land. They want to do the right thing. They also have kids to feed, kids to put through college, and et cetera, right? So.
Got another question. A couple of you have already touched on this, but in terms of smaller, fairly isolated complexes like fourplexes, like Boulder County's mentioned, I think somebody mentioned already, to manage those going forward. Somebody mentioned contracting out to a trusted local management company for those. But if you do that, then don't you have to build the management fees into the rent if it's rented?
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, the management fees are part of the equation, and management fees they're usually charged as a percentage of your rent, and they're usually higher for those smaller projects because just like it's less efficient for you to manage it, it's also more difficult for a third party to manage it. I don't know if Mark has the microphone now, but Mark, who's on our team, has a lot of experience in property management. He actually used to run a company that owns and manages about 15,000 apartments, including several thousand up and down the Front Range. But property management is it's a tough business, and those third party managers, they have to charge, and the fees can be quite heavy, particularly for smaller properties.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, I am here. John, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, so just a quick kind of rough market estimate for a large apartment project called 200 homes, you might have kind of a 2.5% of revenues fee. For a really small project, you should be thinking probably somewhere between 5 to 10, but it's one of the big issues in property management, like many other kind of lower skill, human intense businesses. It's just hard to get people, and you might have trouble finding someone who will actually do it for you. So it could be not even an economic question. You just can't get someone to run a smaller project. I'm sure Bill ran into that. That's some of what he was talking about, I think. And it's also, to the extent you are going to run something on a scattered site basis, you can do it if things are really scattered, but you need scale to have good technology and things like that. So all the challenges I think you guys are talking about are well represented, but that's just the math of it.
Mark, would it be easier in this town versus some other town that's bigger? And I mean, because you can hit a driver with a golf ball across the town,
1.2.
or maybe two.
You can get across town in 3 minutes.
Yeah. Or John, Mark's muted again.
So sorry, are you saying would it be easier to manage?
So let's say you had
something
4
there,
here,
or
5 over there, and 6 over here in lines, and you've been here many times.
Yeah. 4 blocks from each other.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you can get a local, I think it's very possible. You'd want to have some good technology, and so I'd say, yeah, possible. Much better than if it were sort of scattered across the peak to peak. But you're going to need a good person who can deal well with people, who's probably a little bit handy, and who isn't afraid of technology and a little bit of math. Because you kind of need like the old superintendent model, as opposed to modern property management has more of a front of house, back of house, where you've got typically an office manager, a leasing person, and then a maintenance team, in a larger project.
So I'd like to follow up with a question for Bill. Bill, is there any way that we could partner with Boulder County Housing Authority for this kind of management project?
Possibly. I mean, not sure if they've done any management outside their portfolio of what they own, but possibly.
Or is there a way for the town of Lyons to partner with its, regional partner here to, somehow look at this project and its complexity and also be partners when it comes to, well, I guess not partners, but have Boulder County Housing Authority manage this piece? I mean, I feel like you are one of our most important partners here, and I feel like with this, housing tax that, I know I personally supported starting next, I'm just wondering how can we bring all these pieces together to find a solution for a small town like Lyons? Because you can see we're all racking our brains here as to finding a solution for these small parcels, these small lots with small scale projects. We're not going to build 200 units here in Lyons. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But we might have 4 here, and we might have 6 there, we might have 10 there, maybe, if we find 3 parcels of land that we, so I'm just wondering, how can we partner with Boulder County Housing Authority to make this happen? Is that an option?
I think it might be, just because we already have 3 properties up there and have 26 units or whatever. And if we add in Seward Park, that's going to be, or Seward 224 Seward, that's another 14 units. So yeah, that might work. Because we already have people up there working it.
Here's a Prop 123 question. If we were to create deed restricted ownership opportunities, does that count for Prop 123? It does. Okay, great. I mean, I'm personally interested in having a discussion about, maybe what we want to shoot for is a mix of rental and ownership opportunity units.
Those benchmarks are 60% AMI for rental and 100% AMI for sale. As long
Really,
as
100% for prop?
as long as we meet those units would count towards our Prop 123.
One other kind of general question. In Lyons, we've had in recent years a few commercial properties go vacant in the middle of changes, and one of them we had a fire and that kind of stuff. Are any of you aware of any affordable housing or attainable housing projects that have actually been done on property that's been converted from former commercial property. We just talked about property tax and the, 7-to-1 assessment ratio on commercial to residential. One issue that obviously presents for municipality is you lose commercial property tax revenue and substitute fairly low valued residential property, and that's kind of a disincentive for a city or town to do that. Is anybody aware of any commercial property ever having been converted to affordable or attainable housing?
Yeah, I can think of 3 projects that we've done, in the last several months that it's that exact same scenario.
How did that get handled? I mean, the municipality just decided we're gonna accept less property tax from that property?
I didn't have a lens into that process at the town board level, but I do know in each of those instances they rezoned for it was high density residential.
Were they large communities, Drew, that had a higher population and sales tax base?
No, no, they each of them were fairly small communities. I mean, one is actually Buena Vista, 3,000 residents. The other was City of Craig, up north, outside Steamboat, and then Poncha Springs, just to the south of us, which is just outside of Salida.
I guess if you did high density residential on those, and it was substituted for, say, an old property that was no longer in use, there may not be that big of a tax hit if you're maximizing your value for the residential use, and it was underused or vacant or something, commercial property. Maybe it's not that big a hit. Is that? Maybe?
That, yeah,
Okay.
one of the developers on the call could probably speak to that. Yeah, what the trade-off could be potentially. But I think it would also depend on the tax rates in those various municipalities, which I don't know specifically what those were.
And I just heard about a project in Castle Rock where they're converting a old hotel into affordable housing down there. It's a nonprofit organization, but they are converting, I think it's up to 44 units of new units of affordable housing there. And that's in Castle Rock, which is bigger. That's what I heard about recently.
Thanks.
So we just have about 5 minutes left here, and I want to know what do you think we should know? Like, what have we not covered? Which would be an answer.
Wow.
What are we not? Yeah. Give 90 seconds.
I think somebody in the room touched on it really well, how zoning intermixes with this, but I also think taking a look at your locally amended codes and how they affect affordability from just a construction standpoint. I think that's jurisdictions where sometimes they make amendments to the IBC or the IRC to make those, say, your fourplexes, your 1-bedroom fourplexes more affordable to build. That is really helpful. Chaffey County amended the IBC in such a way that those aren't considered apartments that would need to be sprinkled. It amended out the sprinkler requirement and really reduced the cost of construction for those structures. So that may be something to take a look at.
Thank you. Anyone else? You want to weigh in?
I'll take a shot at it. I'd say when you have an opportunity for density, take it. I mean, we've talked to a lot of municipalities, and maybe they bought the land or they did something, and they're like, oh, and they get a lot of pushback. I mean, we're happy. Other people who would be in our chair would be happy, should be happy to come talk to the residents and explain exactly what you're doing and make something that fits the community. But when you have a piece of land that you can do something with, make it as dense as you can. I mean, tasteful, neighborhood appropriate design, all that stuff. But I mean, density is value. It isn't the case that density lowers value. That's an incontrovertible fact. You can look at it on Zillow in 5 minutes, and you got to use it, maximize it is, I guess, one thing I'd hope you'd think about. I saw Bill shaking his head, yes.
I would build on that and living here and breathing here and drinking the coffee here and having the beers here. And all the people that I talk to, and I could probably rattle off 28 names of people who wanted to buy something here and didn't. And they live 40 miles away, yet they're still working here. They love the town. I mean, that's not the issue. Right? It's an exceptional town. It's probably one of the best in the state. And I've been here since 93. So the question is, then it's the question for you all is what type of housing do you want? It's clearly needed. And at some point it just has to, gotta go, you know? And it doesn't have to be, I do think that there is a gross misperception around developers, and that's all over the country. It's like, oh, developers are coming in, let's kill them. Let's bring in our pitchforks, and all they're out to do is make money. But well, sure, everybody has to make money, but you know, I'm sure the next developer is like full transparency. Like, here are the numbers. We're not hiding anything, and we can bring good quality, affordable housing kind of anywhere, and not everywhere in the state, but not Julesburg. I have met with the mayor of Julesburg. It's tough out there, given what stuff sells for and what they need. But yeah, at some point, I think the decision needs to be made. And I know that there's a lot of friction with, I know there's a lot of friction in town. What's the right answer?
Yeah, thank you. And so that's what we're working toward.
Yeah.
What is the right answer?
Yeah.
Well, and I think those guys both put it really well. You know, Buena Vista started with an infill strategy, and we're still infilling. But you know, we're at a point now where we're trying to add apartment buildings and add more density. You know, just coming close to completing two 30-unit apartment buildings packed full of studios, because we just need that much density. And so I think it's, you know, anything you can do, whatever you can do, kind of throw the book at it. But Mark put it really well when he said, choose density every time you can, because that's, I mean, the writing is on the wall for a lot of small communities across the state.
And there is a good way to, I guess we'll say, soften the blow with residents. You know, that's where the anxiety comes from. They hear density and they immediately think something they're not going to like. So the best way to go about it is engaging early with residents, with neighborhood meetings, and just kind of ushering them through the process and maintain, you know, what their expectations are, and just keep telling that story. So, you know, they can be a part of creating a better community.
And just to, I guess, bang on the density drum some more here. I mean, there was a question, or someone was asking earlier about the trade-off between a vacant commercial property and a new more dense residential development that's generating maybe taxes at a lower rate. But I think you really, it's easy to underestimate the knock-on effects of people like Mike, who was just mentioning, who work in Lyons and want to live there and can't. But it's more than just one more home there. It's someone who's living there and eating there and shopping there and is part of the community. So I think the knock-on effects of density and having more people who want to live and work in Lyons be able to do so, it's bigger than is even intuitive, I think. So I would just really take that into consideration as well.
How about Bill, any last comments on that?
Bill, do you have anything to throw in there?
Like when we can set up a meeting?
Anytime, Trustee Dady, anytime. yeah, no, it just what I'm hearing, what I'm seeing on the national level is infill and density, and those just echoing what everybody else just said. Those are, and people are doing infill with duplexes and triplexes, and it's hard to tell that they're haven't been there a long time. It reflects the community, it reflects the neighborhood. It's not like this big block drops out of the sky and it's you know different from everything else. They really can blend it into the community, into the neighborhood. And sometimes it's hard to tell that that's actually a duplex. It looks like a house.
I have one question or one comment before we go. In regard to Prop 123 money, when you talk about potential properties that might come for sale and that we should, try to obtain those whenever we can. A town like Lyons doesn't necessarily have $2 million or $1 million sitting aside to buy a piece of land. Bill, is this something that we can apply for through our Boulder County tax if we want to get like first rights on some properties? So when they do become available, we might have that opportunity, especially if they're well situated for an apartment.
Yes, actually, we talked about that today, and that is a possibility. Probably not in 25, but starting in 26, we're talking about having some what we call an opportunity fund. Just an opportunity comes up, and there's some money there that towns can access, the county can access to purchase some property when they come up for sale. So, yeah, we are talking about that, and like I said, not in 25, but 26 and after, it looks like we'll have something like that available.
Bill, that would make such a huge difference for small communities like ours.
Yeah, I can
Seriously.
think of like 3 properties that we
Yeah.
should have a first right on.
Sure.
If we really want to do an apartment in a, higher density in an appropriate zone.
Well, listen, thank you all so much. This is super helpful. We very much appreciate your time and your expertise and the effort. So thank you very, very much.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us.
You're very
For
welcome.
having us.
Thank you guys
Thanks
for
for
your
the
time.
opportunity.
Thank you all.
Thank you. We'll take a little break before we, that was very helpful.
Yeah, it was.
Ready? We're on. All right, evening, everybody. I am going to call the November 4th, 2024 Lions Board of Trustees meeting to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Rogan.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams.
Present.
Trustee Hammer.
Present.
Trustee Dottie.
Present.
Trustee Lowell.
Present.
Trustee Browning.
Present.
And Trustee Delman.
Present.
Thank you. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Really feels like something saying that the night before election. I'll read the land acknowledgement, then we'll take a reflective moment of silence like we have for the past number of weeks now. Really wishing the best for former Mayor Nick Angelo and sending him continued strength for a full recovery. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, now is the time for audience business. When your name is called, please come on up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you will have 4 minutes.
And first we have Gil Sparks, followed by Kay Sparks.
Great. What would we do without you?
Probably have a lot more fun. Gil Sparks, 2169 Apple Valley Road. Just a quick moment tonight. I think I mentioned the last time Lions Community Foundation had a very successful grant giving season this year. We're having the grant reception this Sunday night at the Farmette at 6. You all are invited, and so if any of you are interested in joining us for the grant reception, if you'd let me know, we'll get you on the invitation list for Sunday night. Was that a yes?
That's a yes.
Thank you, Trustee Dunn. Okay, the second thing I want to mention, following the grant reception, we will be going out for the annual Lions Community Foundation appeal, which we do once a year to raise funds, to be able to do the things we've done with the grants, the scholarships, and the other needs in the community. So you can expect those mailers next week or the latter part of the week. We hope you'll think hard and long and be generous in contributing to the continued well-being of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Kay Sparks.
Kay Sparks, 169 Apple Valley Road. I'm a member of the Housing and Human Services Commission, but I'm here as a person, not as a member of that. So this is not official at all. I appreciated the opportunity to attend the workshop that you just had. It was exciting and helped to make me feel better in what we're doing. We only have a small part of it, but the commission has the opportunity to review the city-owned property and what you all want to do with that, those different parcels of land. And we reviewed that and we gave you some feedback. We're in the process of looking at Prop 123 and all the options and making some kind of recommendation to you from our viewpoint. And it hit me between the workshop and what we're doing that the HHSC really reflects all the angst in the community. if you got our recommendation and looked at it on the city-owned parcels, you see, we didn't say, we said, do this, do that. We said, here's how we voted. Not by person, but we put some numbers down. Because even people who said, yes, we want this, or we want this, said, I really want it to be a park. But if it can't be, I want it to be deed restricted. So I want to tell you tonight, at least from my experience, as you go forward trying to figure out how to get us into the best place we can be, deed restriction in some way, shape, or form, and motivating developers, builders to come in whatever way you can is really, I think, going to be helpful in the long term. Because if we don't deed restrict, I've seen it in where I came from. If you wait 20 years and they can go to market value, if they got two brain cells to knock together, they will. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay. Give the board an opportunity to respond and then see if staff would like to respond. Trustee Delmer?
Nothing this time.
I do. I want to say thank you to the Lions Community Foundation for all of their hard work and their endeavors. This is pretty much run voluntarily. I know you've been working really hard at the helm, Gil, and with your team seeking donations and asking for contributions. And we recognize what a strong partnership we have with the town of Lions and how many programs we wouldn't be able to run as well without your support. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge all that LCF does for the town of Lions. And that is why I will show up at the reception on Sunday evening. And I would be happy to thank you on behalf of Arts and Humanities or Parks and Rec or any of the programs who are receiving funding.
I'll be there too.
You will be there too?
They will be there.
Okay, fantastic, fantastic. So thank you. And Kay, I just want to say thank you so much for speaking up, not officially on behalf of the Housing and Human Services Commission, but also just to reiterate, I want to reiterate what you said about having something exciting to talk about and look forward to, and just having the developers come. And we're going to speak to this more later, but I also feel some excitement. I've been feeling pretty discouraged and disillusioned recently, and just knowing we haven't looked under every single rock, and there are solutions and there are options, and we just all have to put our brains together and figure this out. And we're not the only community dealing with this, but I'm glad you spoke to that. I think it is really important to have the developers as part of that discussion. I think the Boulder County Housing Authority also needs to be a part of that, but I'll come back to that later.
Thank you. Trustee Hammer?
Thank you, Gil, for your leadership of LCF, and we'll be there Sunday night. Kay, I've slept since. We get a lot of documents in these packets, so it would be nice if staff could recirculate the HHSC comments on city-owned properties. Because I think one thing we clearly heard tonight, what were the levers that these developers, that we as a town could do, and certainly free land was one of them. So I think it behooves us to take a sharper eye toward looking at those properties and making sure they're highest and best use.
And I'll echo the thanks, Gil, for your LCF leadership. I too will be there Sunday, and I'm really looking forward to it. Last year it was just a hoot, so I encourage if folks can come and of course give generously as you are able. And Kay, appreciate your work so much on Housing and Human Services and in the community. We're very lucky to have you both.
And staff, same thing. We're just happy that you are both such active members in our community and genuinely active and interested in us for our community. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's move on to staff reports, please. Boulder County Sheriff's Office, good evening.
Good evening. The parade went really well, no issues. Public Works, like always, busted their tails to get cones set up and get everything ordered and appreciate that, and all Kim's planning on all that, so appreciate all that, definitely was a huge help. And then on Halloween, I stayed late and cruised the town and waved at all the kids, and it was no problems. And, I will say Stone Canyon went all out late, their whole neighborhood was pretty decked out, so it's pretty cool.
That's on public record, by the way.
Dolores had a pretty sweet house too. So with it getting cold out now, just a reminder to not puff your vehicle, so don't start it and leave it running unlocked, because your car will get stolen, and technically you can get charged for that, so. So a lot of cars are stolen. If you have the remote start where, you know, it locks your car, the keys aren't in it, and you can't drive off, that's fine, but don't leave your keys in it while it's running. Moving on to, so the Niward area, we've had a rash of like home burglaries, like late evening, through the night. It's mostly people that are out of town. And so if you are leaving out of town, like tell your neighbor to like maybe check on, you know, keep an eye on your house, leave like lights on, timers, things like that, just so it doesn't look like, you know, pitch black house for nights on end, and so you don't become a target, so. And then just tomorrow, our SWAT team staging just from, through the evening, just in case there's any issues from the election. And then last week, we had the Safe Routes to School meeting and walk of the town with a bunch of people in the town and the contractors. So a lot of problem areas. Hopefully that grant goes through and we can get some improvements done. And then just with stats, our tickets were at 621, and that's up 91 from last year. For October, we had 76 tickets, and that's up 47 from last October. Calls for service were at 2436, and that's up 227. October, we had just under 200, and that was up about 56. Accidents are kind of staying, we're still up 15, but we haven't really had a increase of them, so that's good. And then just with Flock, just coming in from Ute Highway into town this year, we had, this October, we had just shy of 140,000, which is down almost 42,000 from last year, so not as much traffic coming into town for some reason. And then coming into town, just the two cameras, not counting South St. Range, we had almost 241,000. And then leaving town, just over 201,000. So as we keep getting, we'll get better data, but since we have these new cameras in different spots, it's hard to compare happening. So that is it.
Any questions for Sergeant Sears? I just want to say I really appreciate the I've noticed, well, first of all, on Halloween night, I saw a patrol car going up to the cemetery and really appreciate that. So it looks like that was way under control. And then I also saw a patrol car parked near the crosswalk. I think it was in front of Western Stars. I can't remember which, but clearly waiting for somebody who might blow the crosswalk. And so I just really appreciate having that presence there.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I sit in Western Stars parking lot to run traffic and watch those a lot. And we had a very close call last week, and we talked about it in that Safe Routes to School is on that crosswalk there at Second. Is, you know, that inside car sees them and stops, but the outside car doesn't. And this guy felt terrible. He, like, this little girl was like within like a foot of getting hit, so. And the light's flashing, so it's like, hopefully something can get done there, because it's too many close calls, you know, so.
Yeah.
But, and I've seen two situations exactly like that, where kids almost got hit.
Yeah.
This is where, I mean, the lights are great, but at the same time, I think the kids need to be educated. So I don't know if there's an effort at the schools that really push that, because I've seen it twice where kids would see one car stop, and they start to run across and almost get.
Yeah, this was on a weekend, and she was with her mom, but she just kind of, because they saw that first car slowing down, and then this, of course, it was a guy that wasn't familiar with the town. I can talk to Rosie and see, I'm sure they talk about that in school, and most kids will like hit it and they'll flash, and like they don't even step foot until all the cars are stopped, so. But that's a guaranteed ticket for sure, so.
So I have a follow-up question actually regarding that. Have you ever thought to speak out at a PTO general meeting at the elementary school just to educate the population?
Yeah, I could do that.
Because that's a core group of parents.
Yeah.
And they'll get the word out.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I think that, and I know, Principal Moore might be on board with some education around that as to how to cross a crosswalk, especially when you're crossing 4 lanes all at once. They're not drivers. They don't know to stop and wait. And I mean, for sure, we have that.
And I think as many crosswalks as the town has, especially in the evening, lower light times, it's pretty dangerous, especially the one on 3rd and Main.
Yeah.
It's just where as you're coming around, like your pillar right here kind of blinds you from that. So we walk in the town, showed them all the bad spots. So they had some pretty good ideas, and just hopefully we can get some grant funding for that. But yeah, I'll talk to Mitch and also see what in the principal more and see if about just giving some education to those kiddos. So.
Awesome.
Can I give a prop to Sergeant Sears? He wrote them like, it was better than a PTO. I don't know if you could do that, but he wrote a really good letter of support for the Safe Routes to School.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
It was impressive.
Right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you too. All right, administrators report, please.
While we're doing that, I'll throw out a kudos to Kim Mitchell for getting the Safe Routes to School grant submitted under the deadline. It is a very, very intensive grant to get submitted and very stiff competition when we deal with such small numbers compared to other communities that are submitting grants dealing with thousands of children, crossing. So thank you, Kim. She got that in. In my administrator's report, October was just very, very busy with events. So all the highlights are there for Diversion Day, the Wildfire Partners limb pickup or drop off that was just hosted, St. Marin Valley School events, the spectacular. Parks and Public Works does have everything winterized. They made it under the gun for our first freeze, so that is done as well. Fall tree trimming starts now. This month will be full of that, as well as some of you heard this, but we are having a new holiday lighting contractor this year. We were notified by our previous one that after many, many years with them, it was not cost effective to come to Lyons when there's so many areas on the Front Range that they could do same situation as housing, right? Cost for coming out here for small amounts of work is not worthwhile for their contractors. So we do have someone new. We're excited to see what we might come out with this year. For public, we do want to let folks know street sweeping will start November 18th. As such, we need everyone's help with getting cars off the roads because it does not make it very effective. If I was watching some people the other day and it was a large trailer and the amount of leaves under it was amazing. So please, if you can, when they're going to be in your neighborhood, please move your cars for the day so that streets can be swept well and all those leaves don't end up in our storm drain. Safe Streets for All, you've heard about that. This week, I think we're really going to push the housing survey. It is out there, but as of now, Kim, I think we were at around 35 returned is all so far for the first week. So please take it yourself, pass it along to your HOAs, your spouses. Let's get the housing survey, get some better numbers in here before our next meeting. And then you had a report from the planning department that was full of all sorts of things, including some development opportunities. If you noticed, we're seeing a pickup there, as I mentioned last time, of people just interested in development here. And so I think that's a good sign. We still do not have a signed contract back or signed development agreement for 501 West Main. waiting for the final Mylar, is my understanding?
The development agreement and the revision have been signed, we just don't have the Mylar.
No Mylar yet, so waiting for that, and then that can be closed out. And then I put examples, we're really trying to do some community education on code compliance right now. So I put in several different brochures and handouts that we're going to be utilizing in different ways to help educate people about their responsibilities and some basic expectations about being a resident here. And then there was a utility report in your packet tonight as well. And Erin is here if any of you have questions or comments that you want to make about that. It has been a very busy time in utilities with upgrades to replacing valves and fire flows and water flows and different things going on at the wastewater plant. So if there's any questions, I'll leave it at that.
Could you, before we get into other questions, just real quick, the date for the Christmas tree lighting at Sandstone Park and the
Yes.
holiday parade?
You would like both of those?
Yes, please.
The holiday parade is
Seven?
Saturday, December 7th. There's both the artisan market at the elementary school from 10 until 4, both Saturday and Sunday, the 7th and 8th. The parade of lights will start at 6 p.m. on December 7th. The tree lighting ceremony will be the day after Thanksgiving.
Oh, okay.
And so that will be on the 29th, Friday night, 5 p.m. And it's the lighting of the tree in the southwest corner of Sandstone Park, right next to the loading dock. And there'll be hot chocolate and carols and those sorts of things to light the tree for the holiday season.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions for Administrator Samuelson?
On the survey,
Yes.
how's that going to go out this time? It kind of got lost in your overall email message.
Yeah, we
Is it
talked
being
about
out
that.
sent out separately by any chance?
Sure, that's the intent. So the utility bill newsletter has it in it as well on the back. And so I think people are starting to see that. But we'll send a standalone one just on the survey and then we'll continue to message it.
Okay, and I know I've asked this question before, but you're tracking this by IP addresses so we don't get duplicative responses. And we're trusting people when they say resident or non-resident, they're
Yes.
being truthful.
We are.
But we can't track them in terms of being resident or non-resident because their names aren't assigned to it.
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And we're not going through it, we're not doing the technical research there on double checking IP addresses. I hope that people are being honest and.
Well, and you're supposed to put your email address as well, so you can recognize people by the email
Yeah,
address.
and you might
That's
have two
optional.
from one household. My husband and I use the same computer to do it, so, yeah.
And it builds out a spreadsheet, so you can see their timestamp. So we did have a situation where we had like 5 responses where
The same thing.
the same thing was over and over, and they were all timestamped within 1 minute or 2 minutes of each
Yeah, I
other.
think that's probably somebody hitting the
Yeah.
submit and that.
Yeah, I don't think it was any malintent, it was just over clicking.
Loading the deck.
We had 3 staff receiving those and we were all like, boy, these are all identical within about a minute. It was kind of odd. So you do see those anomalies, but no, in general, we're gonna really get it out there and onto Facebook for a link to. And we're trying to get more things up on the post office bulletin board, so as people are there getting mail, maybe they'll see it there. And then I think Kim, I'm gonna have her send it to every board and commission member and each of the HOAs and ask them to pass it along. And that alone reaches out to a large majority of the community.
Guess the other good news is a lot of people read the recap because they took the
Yeah.
survey. So
35 anyway.
at least, yeah. That was Friday.
Trustee Hammer?
Yeah, I had a question on Planner Bowen's recap of his 100 activities he's been working on. Anyway, and there you had stated that
you created conceptual diagrams for Lions Valley Park and all IGA. I recall seeing them last week on the Lions Valley Park, with the ones for the IGAs.
No, we haven't presented
Okay.
them yet. They're
Okay.
just models.
Okay. Cool.
Just while I was in the zone, I just decided.
First a comment and a question. First, I want to say I really love these graphics you shared with us around ADUs and homeowner and resident responsibilities and the right-of-way responsibilities. I think I just assumed it was Kim doing all this work, and then she was like, no, I can't take the credit, it's Cassidy.
It's code compliance. Yeah.
Code compliance. So I just thank you to Cassidy for doing such great work. I love the visuals. It's very easy to understand and read. And my question here is because this one in particular around leaves seems very timely, especially with the street sweeping, et cetera. And I was just driving down my street and realizing, oh, those maple leaves haven't been picked up. And so, you know, I do worry about the storm water, you know, the sewers are getting clogged. And I'm just like, I guess my question here is, when is this going out? Because I feel like this one in particular around leaves and things is quite timely now. So how are we planning on communicating this and when?
Well, we can certainly put it on the website, right,
It's on the website now. We just got the final on Friday.
Okay.
So, we'll message that too in our,
Okay.
like, more, all the, you know, some of the emails have a lot of things in it. I can definitely include that. And if you have any other ideas of where else to put it.
I would see the Town of Lions Facebook page and maybe even share it to Lions Happening, so we make sure we hit the larger, greater area.
I thought some of the more colorful ones, not necessarily.
Yeah, I'm thinking the colorful ones.
But those would be nice at the post office too. I always
Yeah.
in line.
Yeah.
So, and we'll have some here. So if people come in and start inquiring about ADUs or whatever, we'll have both a handout and also be able to mail it to people as they inquire. Because my guess is if you take the housing study, so it might it might spur questions with people like, oh, what does that mean? And we could follow up with that as well.
One comment on the homeowner responsibility, we talked about it last meeting, where sidewalks need repair because people plant trees in the right of way and they damage the sidewalk. So I don't know, it may get too detailed for that, but if there's a way to squeeze that in, just let people know. They're responsible for replacing sidewalks, which I can't imagine being a cheap proposition.
No, we know.
It's our goal to kind of have more of these guides, you know, just
Yeah, okay.
building a home.
So ease that in.
Yeah, yeah, so any ideas about, you know, kind of educational outreach we can do, really appreciate it.
So I just want to start with education.
Sure.
I've got a comment and a question, then I've got another comment about the sidewalks. And I think we need to be realistic about what homeowner responsibilities are. We did a whole sidewalk survey and we know what the cost is to replace per foot of sidewalk. Homeowners can't pay for broken sidewalks. Yes, if they plant a tree next to a sidewalk and it damages it, that's one issue. But our code says that you're responsible for fixing the broken sidewalk in front of your house, and that's not gonna happen. And so there needs to be some sense of judgment and discretion about that. And maybe we as a board need to look at the sections of the code that we know just, that's what it says, but we're never gonna enforce that in a million years. And so why is it in there? And I think that's on us. I don't think that's on the staff. I think it's on the board for looking at things that we know just aren't realistic that are in the code.
But I mean, to counter that, I think I agree, people aren't gonna go fix sidewalks that have deteriorated because it's been 30 years. I get that,
But our code
but
says
if somebody
that last.
plants a tree and it damages it over time, they need to know, hey, you could be responsible for this, and sidewalks cost $10,000 a square inch and blah, blah, blah.
So
Just
maybe
a-
we need to amend our code to say that
Okay,
instead of
well-
saying, anyway, that's just a comment. I think our
Yeah.
code responsibilities are not always realistic. Another comment on ADUs, I was glad to see that. I think we hit a lull on building our ADUs. A comment that I think belongs in an ADU informational section like that is there was no mention of the fact that if you add an ADU pursuant to our procedures, we waive the tap fees. And the fact is in Lions, before we waived the tap fees, ADUs weren't getting built. After we waived the tap fees, they did start being built. And I think people need to know that. And It was done like 8 years ago or so now, so maybe a lot of people don't know that if you add an ADU pursuant to our procedures, you don't owe the tap fees. And that was brought up in the workshop when people said, hey, paying the tap fees for a 600-foot ADU is the same as a 3,000 square foot house, not in lines, it's not. And that's a very important part of our ADU program. And I think that needs to be emphasized. And then just a question. I think we decided to go forward with the old water treatment plant Apple Valley listing. Is that in the works to find a builder and get it listed?
It is. I discussed it with the mayor today, how she would like to go about selecting that, or if that's just a staff choice, then we will get it listed. We talked to Attorney Dittman about getting the conservation easement going so we can show that condition. I'm sorry, access easement, so that as soon as it's, we want to be able to have a general idea of what that is to show people if we get it listed. So yeah, I think you will see activity on that hopefully by the end of the week.
Perfect, thank you.
Just a comment on the ADUs, and this came up after the workshop talking to Mike. And so, I mean, there's a couple poison pills on ADUs, one being owner occupancy. And I think he said with the new law that goes away coming June or July 1st.
Well, that's a good segue, as I'm about ready to talk about that law, but go ahead.
Okay, so I guess really my question or point was, this should hopefully be updated with the laws that will go into effect middle of next year, just.
Well, unless there are lawsuits that are going to happen.
And fair enough, but I didn't know if this reflected that, that's all.
The current posting does not reflect that because then it's R2. So it's no longer an R1 zoning if the owner occupancy is not there, it's an R2, it's two separate families. So there's some little technicalities here to figure out.
Yeah. Okay, so let's, it's perfect introduction
a lot of people doing
to Attorney Dittman's legal update.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I wanted to follow back on a question that was raised by Trustee Dottie a few meetings ago about really a summary of HB 241152, which is the ADU bill, which was passed in the last legislative session. I'm going to follow this up with a memo that we're going to be writing on this, but I want to first give you, our initial kind of read of this and what we have found. So first off, for the municipal portions of this law, they go into effect next year, June 30th, 2025. For the HOA part, which I'll talk about later, for whatever reason, it goes into effect July 1st, 2025. I don't know why they made those dates different, but they are for whatever reason. And the accessory dwelling units that are covered by this law include internal, attached, or detached. So there's no distinction there. Everything is applied to this. There is a process where we can become an accessory dwelling unit supportive jurisdiction, which basically means you submit your code to DOLA and DOLA determines whether or not it's in compliance with the law. As far as I can tell from looking on DOLA's website, they have not spun up a rulemaking on this at all. And so we're probably still waiting to see what that process looks like. But that's another thing that, you can do as part of this law. But the requirements, I think, is really what, we're interested in, what you can and can't do. So after July 30th, 2025, a jurisdiction that's subject to this act, which is anybody over 1,000 people, essentially, you're not permitted to require additional parking with some limited exceptions to that. So the exceptions are if there's already available off-street parking, you can say you have to utilize one of those spaces. Or if there's no ability to use on-street parking for safety reasons, you can say you need an off-site, but generally no parking. And if you do require parking, it can only be one spot. You could, and this is the part that gets really back to Trustee Hamrick's question. There are limitations on the owner occupancy requirement. And so you can require that the same property be owner occupied at the time of ADU construction or conversion, or when they pull an STR license for the first time. But once those permits have been pulled, you can no longer mandate that they be owner occupied. So the owner could, after they create the ADU and get their building permits, it's constructed and they're fully licensed, they can leave that property and no longer be required to, be owner occupied. So that's kind of an interesting twist on this. There's also a number of things that you are allowed to do. And then it actually mentions you can't, before moving on to, you can't require design requirements, which would increase the cost of constructing ADUs or be otherwise prohibitive on constructing ADUs. And I think it's fairly subjective as to what that means. But the idea is we shouldn't be putting anything that would, for practical purposes, prohibit the ability to construct ADUs. And given our successful track record on that, we're probably in the clear on that one. So let's jump into what we can do. What's preserved specifically for municipalities. We can limit the sizes of ADUs, but the legislation does provide some guidelines on that. They can say that you can, you can do over 300 feet limitations. You can do below 800 feet, but generally you can restrict the sizes of ADUs. You can limit the number of ADUs on a particular property. So like us, if you say you only get one ADU per property, you can certainly do that. And then other kind of general health and safety requirements, which don't, are unreasonable and are effectively prohibit the ADUs from being built. Getting into the HOA question, and it's actually a very limited part of this legislation. It's kind of at the very end of it in section 6. And what it says is that once this law is effective for the HOAs, which is again July 1st, 2025, the HOA can no longer have any provision in their declarations, bylaws, rules that would restrict the creation of an accessory dwelling unit as an accessory use in any single unit detached dwelling in any way that's prohibited by the statute. And so if it creates, you can't say no, and you can't do the requirements for off-street parking and owner occupancy. And if your other requirements create an effective prohibition on having an HOA, pursuant to this law, such restrictions are void as a matter of public policy. So they're unenforceable in Colorado. It doesn't mean that, we as a municipality can go out and, knock those down, but if HOA wanted to, prosecute or enforce this law, enforce our HOA restrictions against a homeowner that's subject to the HOA, those provisions are void as a matter of public policy in Colorado. So that's a synopsis of what the law says. Oh, I should mention the HOA restrictions too. That's irrespective of whether the restrictions existed pre this law or after. And so it is a backwards looking prohibition. So if you had it prior to the effective date of this statute, that does not save you from those rules being void. Again, this is likely subject to litigation. I'm not aware of any litigation over it, but we can do some more looking into that. But I know when this law was coming out, it was heavily opposed by the HOA lobbyists. So that's a very broad summary of the legislation. Again, we'll be writing a memo on this, kind of summarizing the key points. I wanted, because it has been asked a few times, give you an update on what our research has shown.
Thank you. Trustee Dasty?
Well, first I want to thank you, Attorney Dittman, for going into a deeper dive on this. I have been waiting breathlessly to really understand how this is going to affect us, especially section 6 with the HOAs, since I know of several people who are interested in attached ADUs and have shown me, samples of their covenants that restrict that. So I'm really curious as to how HOAs will go forward after June 30th. Do you need to rewrite these covenants, or is it just void?
There's unenforceable. So if there's something in our ordinances that by law cannot be enforced, so occupancy limits is a key example of that. They're no longer enforceable in Colorado. If you were to try to judicially enforce those covenants that say you can't have an ADU, they're void, they're unenforceable. So motion to dismiss would be appropriate for getting rid of that lawsuit.
So could my response to people's inquiries up until this point, could it be that they are in the clear as of June 30th of next year?
What I would say is that any restrictions that their HOA has on them, being able to do an HOA at all will be void on July 1st. If for whatever reason it's different for the HOA piece on July 1st, 2025.
Awesome. Thank you.
Trustee Vernon?
So is CML or somebody tracking any litigation where HOAs have challenged the constitutionality of the statute?
Yeah, that's something I don't know, and I haven't had a chance to confer with CML's legal counsel on that one, but I will ask that question. I am curious. I couldn't find any information on that. Just in a brief search, I was kind of more interested in analyzing the statute, but we can include that information as part of the memo as well.
Yeah, and I think that's an important footnote to all this is there's, as you probably know, there's extremely lengthy law review articles written about the constitutionality of such things. And I think that the chances of a court challenge are probably pretty high. And the legal experts seem to not have a clear prediction, I guess, of how those might come out. So there is that qualification. And if you hear through CML or colleagues in the business or something like that, or read the newspaper or whatever, that there is a pending lawsuit in Colorado, I'd sure be interested in keeping track of that, because I think it is a very open legal issue, whether that statute is constitutional or not.
Yeah, happy to do that as part of our continuing work on this. I will say that, you know, in the 2023 legislative session, there was a similar type of prohibition on landscaping, and that has not been successfully challenged. I don't think they have actually filed that lawsuit, but it's very similar, and it's backwards looking. And basically, you can't enforce your existing covenants with regard to requiring, you know, full grass landscaping of properties.
I'd also, I hope if some lawsuit gets filed on that involving lines, which I hope it doesn't, do you see the municipality of wherever that controversy might arise being a necessary party, or is it between private landowners and HOAs?
I don't think so. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that our role in this is to approve permits, right? And we don't have any role in, you know, enforcing the statute against HOAs. I think, you know, if this were to go up to a Supreme Court level, that I think CML would probably file an amicus brief. And what that means is, like, basically, this is what our opinion is on this statute. I think it's probably saying we preserve the right to, you know, to do all these things. But I don't see any role, at least for the municipality, other than, you know, permit the permits and don't say, oh, you can't have this because your HOA says you can't. We have to do the permits.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Attorney Gibbon, so you mentioned the supportive community thing. What does that actually mean? Like, what would we get if we were an official supportive community?
Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to look at the DOLA website for more information on that. It's just one part of the statute, I think it's section 2, says that basically you need to make sure that your ordinances are compliant with this statute, and by submitting to DOLA, you know, they will rubber stamp it and say you're in the clear, basically, and you become an ADU supportive community. I could not find anywhere on DOLA's website where they're at on this. I assume they're going to spin up a rulemaking probably at the beginning of next year on that. But that's another question I have probably for CML is, like, what does that look like? Because there's very little information in the statute, and there's nothing on DOLA's website.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Any other updates, Attorney Gibbon?
No, those are the only updates I wanted to give. So if anything else comes up, I'll be sure to let you know.
Thanks. That's very helpful. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay. So we will move on to ordinances and public hearings. Brandon, do you want to introduce the first 1, 2, 3?
Yep. So once again, we are waiting on the TIBA organization to provide their response back to our development agreement we have provided them. Pursuant to our code, that's to be back to us and signed 14 days prior to this process. And so we believe, and I don't know, Victoria may have newer information, that we could get this done in December in the first meeting, which would mean they would need to get this back to us. It looks like the 18th of November. And so that's where, so I think the recommendation is that we continue each of these items separately, except for the ordinance and the findings of fact, which are kind of one. But for the ordinance and then the 2 zoning ordinances, you know, we need to continue each of those to a date certain. And the current recommendation, as far as I know, is to do December 2nd for those. And there's no need, there's no need to open a public hearing because we've already done our 1 hour of testimony. And so as I mentioned previously, we can just keep continuing this until we're ready to move on.
I spoke with James Dixon today, and he said his team is working on it and we should have it within the next week or so. So, and I told him
gives
that
us enough time.
it's the hard cutoff of November 18th. Almost threatened to kick it all the way to February because, but I'm kidding. But no, they're not worried that they can't get it turned around. He took responsibility. He said it was on his desk and he just hadn't gotten to it. So.
Okay. All right, so I think we know what to do. Item 1 under ordinances and public hearings is second reading public hearing ordinance 1167. An ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the Tebow annexation application located at 4545, 4559 Newton Highway and 4602 Highland Drive. And resolution 2024-74, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a finding of fact on annexation application for the Tebow property located at 4545 Newton Highway and 4602 Highland Drive. Are there any motions?
I can try. So it sounds like what we're motioning for is to
Continue
to a date certain
of December.
of December 4th.
December 2nd.
Oh, sorry, December 2nd?
Yeah.
Okay. And do I need to read the entire
No,
resolution?
that's all.
Okay, so I just list them?
No, you have to do one at a time.
Just do one
Oh,
at a
yeah.
time. Yep. So
One at a time. So I move to delay to a date certain. Is that the correct wording?
continue to a date certain.
Sorry, to continue to a date certain of December 2nd, ordinance 1167, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the Tebow annexation application located at 4545 Newton Highway and 4602 Highland Drive.
Would you like
And-
to include resolution
In
2024?
resolution, yep.
Okay, and I'd like to also move to a date certain, resolution 2024-74, and anything else?
That's good. Yeah. They're kind of a package together, those two.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next up is second reading, public hearing ordinance 1168, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving CEC zoning for 4545 Newton Highway for Tebow annexation. Is there a motion?
On the public hearing for ordinance 1168, ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving CEC zoning for 4545 Newton Highway for Tebow annexation to move to a date certain of 12/2, and second reading public hearing ordinance 1169, an ordinance of the town of Lyons approving R3 zoning for 4602 Highland Drive Tebow annexation to move to a date certain.
We have to, I think we have to do
And
most.
Trustee Williams, unfortunately, we have to do them separately. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but we'll take the,
1168.
let's take the first
first
one. Is there a second on the first?
I'll second.
Any discussion? No. Well,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you. And item 3, second reading public hearing ordinance 1169, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving R3 zoning for 4602 Highland Drive, Tebow annexation. Is there a motion?
Move that we move that to a date certain of 12/2.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, I'll put that vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, hopefully that's the last time we'll have to do that. All right, next up, second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1175, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a lease of junk property to Telluride Bluegrass Festivals, PBC, for the 2025 and 2026 Rocky Grass Festivals. Is there a staff report?
Yes, hello, good evening, everybody. I'll give you a short staff report, a little brief update. The cover memo covers pretty much everything from the last meeting, the first hearing. I did make a couple notes in here for you. The financial impacts I put in here, the increase in rate, so you can see exactly what it is in 25 over 2024. That's 4.5%, and in 2026, rate proposes an additional 4.3%. In addition, I know, let's see, there was a question about, oh, what Planet Bluegrass charges. So did reach out and they have increased their per person rates, and that's a bullet on the second page, between 6.7 and 14% on their per person. And we'll let the applicant speak to that. And then Trustee Browning had brought up the lodging tax calculation at first reading. And so that's a discussion if you all want to have that, or if we want to have that separately. So, any questions regarding the leases for me?
Thank you for all the work on that and for the thoroughness. I'm actually not comfortable passing this without the discussion of the lodging tax calculation.
Okay.
Because I think I expected to see a lot better result of that in our budget meeting than we actually got. So I don't really understand why that was not passed along the way, because one of the things we had talked about was that they already moved to, they were already working on the 2024 event. And so they wanted to wait until after the first of the year when that was passed. And I'm just not, I don't understand that. So I need to understand that before I'm comfortable voting for that.
Okay, that's, is there a question in there?
Yes, why did we not get the full amount that we assumed we were going to get, or did we? And I just have not seen that.
So as far as I know, and Brandon's in and on it too. Yeah, we received the amount based on a campsite. So the campsite defined as 5 people because of how they do their calculation that people pay per person, not per campsite. I'll let Attorney Dittman discuss that. And then, but we did receive the amount that we thought from what the previous board, yeah, from the discussion of
What we expected.
It is what you expected.
It is what was expected, yes, from the previous board's conversation. It's recently come out that now there's another interpretation of that, and we have it, the mayor and I discussed this today, and we put it on the December, what's that, 18th? Oh, no, December 16th agenda for a full discussion on the 2 different definitions.
And we clearly talked about that. We knew what you expected and you received what you expected.
Yes.
Okay. I did not remember that from the last board.
We reviewed the meeting, the mayor reviewed the meeting, the attorney reviewed the meeting.
Okay.
But there's definitely 2 interpretations here.
Yeah, so I think and doing that moving forward is fine. I'm fine with cutting that as a separate item.
Yeah.
With this, that answers my question about it. Because when I saw it, I was quite surprised because in my recollection, it was going to be a higher amount than that. So my recollection was not correct. So that's fine.
Well, it's not that yours isn't correct. I think it was not.
Well, my understanding.
Yes.
Yeah, it was not correct. Yeah.
Otherwise, well, and this will be a separate discussion.
Yeah.
Why did we define a campsite if it was not based on a
I'm good.
campsite?
And we'll talk a little bit more about
Yeah,
that.
we definitely will.
Okay. Are there additional questions?
About the lease though itself, the lease terms and the arrangements other than the lodging tax
None.
calculation?
Okay, so this is a public hearing. So I'm gonna open the public hearing and see if anybody would like to speak to the board. Guess it's you.
I'm Zach with Planet Bluegrass. Nothing too different on the leases from last time I was up here. We're pretty much at the level of detail now where we're moving things around by 30 minutes to make everything smoother for town's operations, changing in our operations. And so I appreciate that we're kind of able to work that close and make those little minute adjustments at this level. And it really helps us to be able to have a 2-year lease just for planning purposes. And I'm hoping that it helps you all as well. So thanks for letting that happen. I'm completely, and Planet Bluegrass is very open to having continued discussions around the lodging tax. I appreciate it being separated from a conversation about an unrelated lease, but we're happy to continue having these conversations. We've been trying to approach this and pay it how we thought we had agreed to, but we're happy to continue that discussion and glad for it to be separate. I think that's all I got, but if there's any questions for Planet Bluegrass about the lease, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, anybody else? I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 1175, approving a lease of town-owned property to Telluride Bluegrass Festival for the 2025 and 2026 Rocky Grass Festivals.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Also,
Okay, we have a motion and a second, so discussion. Who would like to start? Trustee Browning.
Yes, I'm okay with taking up the lodging tax issue at a later time, and the reason I'm okay with that is paragraph 8E of the lease states that Planet Bluegrass is subject to all laws of the state of Colorado and the town of Lyons, and that would include our tax laws. So the question of whether Planet Bluegrass is complying with the lodging tax law of the town of Lyons is related to this lease. We don't need to resolve that question now. Should it not be resolved by agreement and it later be determined that Planet Bluegrass is not in compliance with the Lyons Municipal Code as to its payment of lodging taxes, then that would create a default situation on the lease and we could deal with it at that time. So I think this issue is okay to be carried forward. It need not be resolved tonight or at the same time the lease is signed, but I just want to put on the record that there is an ongoing issue even under the lease about their compliance with the laws, and we can discuss it more fully later. I also looked at the meeting tapes when this was discussed. I don't believe there was a definitive resolution of it at that time, and I think as important as what individual board members may have thought when this came up before is what did the voters think when they approved the ballot language setting the new measurement of lodging tax, and I think that is the ultimate question, which we can discuss in December when this comes up.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, I would just like to speak about how much I've come to appreciate in these past few years serving on the board of trustees, how much I've come to appreciate really strong partnerships, especially when it comes to a small town like ours. And, you know, I don't know if Planet Bluegrass is one of our larger businesses in town. I don't know the numbers on that, but I know it's a valuable partnership. And I'm really pleased to hear, I don't know if this is the applicant or the VC, I guess, speaking in terms of, you know, having a good rapport where he feels comfortable enough to have those conversations, even if they're prickly, and wanting to be amenable and wanting to move forward. And I feel like that's something that I'm really grateful that we have in a small town like ours, that we can, you know, we can communicate and we can depend on those strong relationships and those strong partnerships. So I just wanted to mention all of that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else? I want to say too that I appreciate your patience, Zach, and appreciate the patience of the board. One of the reasons that I felt like it was important to separate these two issues is, well, first, because they're two separate issues. And second, because we may have more camping businesses coming online soon. And I think that it would behoove us all to have an understanding of the proposed business models of those businesses, because if we are gonna have a discussion about how this tax is applied to camping, I would like to be able to have it once. And so, so this gives staff time to meet with those people and gather some more information. Okay, so with that, I will call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Second reading of ordinance 1176, an ordinance of Lyons, Colorado, approving the lease of town property to Telluride Bluegrass Festival, PBC, for the 2025 and 2026 Rocky Mountain Folks Festivals. Anything staff would like to add?
it's a 4-day lease for Folks Festival instead of 5 days, which is what Rocky Grass is. Other than that, they're pretty much very similar. And depending on the needs of the plant bluegrass, we also lease the property at Second Avenue. But they let us know 3 days before if they're gonna need it or not.
And that's for parking?
Correct.
Yep. Any questions? I'll entertain a motion.
We need a public hearing.
Oh, sorry, I'm
Oh,
so
we did
sorry.
close the
I
last
opened the
one.
public hearing. What?
I don't think we closed the last one.
I think we did.
No, we did.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay. I'll open this public hearing. Anybody like to speak? No, you good? Okay. Okay, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 1176, approving a lease of town-owned property to Telluride Bluegrass Festival Incorporated for the 2025 and 2026 Rocky Mountain Folks Festivals.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Okay, call for the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Zach. Have a good evening. Take a quick breath. I know, do we, are you ready for this consent agenda?
Do it.
Okay, Clerk Vasquez, will you please read consent into the record?
Yes, item 1 is resolution 2024-90, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an extension to the Boulder County Intergovernmental Development Agreement. Item 2 is resolution 2024-91, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding and approving a professional services agreement with Ayers Associates Incorporated for construction management for the St. Vrain Trail Extension Project, Project 24-SV Trail EXT-02. Item 3 is resolution 2024-92, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding and approving a professional services agreement with Kimley Horn and Associates Incorporated for a streetlight conversion study, Project 24-lighting-01. Item 4 is resolution 2024-93, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the third amendment to the subdivision improvement agreement, SIA, for the remaining Lyons Valley Park LVP lots. Item 5 is resolution 2024-94, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the decision of the Board of Trustees to accept cash in lieu of water rights dedications from Wickstrom Builders LLC for lots 11 and 12 of Block 2, Lyons Valley Park Subdivision, filing 8. Item 6 is resolution 2024-95, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding a construction agreement to Dream Builders Incorporated for US 36 12-inch water line repair project, project number 24-US 36 waterline-01. Item 7 is resolution 2024-96, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a settlement agreement with Zachary Burgess. Item 8 is resolution 2024-97, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending an intergovernmental agreement with the Colorado Department of Transportation for the St. Vrain Trail Extension. Item 9 are the October 21st, 2024 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes. And item 10 are the October accounts payable.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Anything anyone would like to remove from the consent agenda?
Yeah, I have a question about item 6.
So, no. Okay, which item for you? 6 is
Same,
6.
same, yeah.
Any other items? Okay, let's vote on consent as amended.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, Trustee Dati, would you like to go first?
It might be the same question, but I was just confused because I saw a list of options in the summary of the staff memo as to whether we're going to approve the resolution to proceed this year or request that we delay it till 2025 or whether we're going to deny it. So it sounded to me like a discussion needed to happen based on those 3.
Unless it passed
So
on consent.
Yeah, okay.
We always.
I set it up as a resolution for 2024, but I gave options in there if somebody wanted to pull it and they change it.
My question was really budget, and I think Director Kaplan had explained this to the UEB a month or so ago, that this water line that broke, there's actually a dual water line in that area, an old line and the new line being put in roughly 2016, something like that. It's the new line that broke. There's a leak, not the old line. But my question is really a budget question, which is $76,000 presumably to be paid in 2024 if it goes forward. And I think the line item in the 2024 budget for line repairs and cleaning is $40,000. So I guess my question is, where's the other 36 coming from?
I was gonna take all of it out of the capital funds, and so that's why I put in there that we have to do a budget amendment if we were to do this.
So it would come out of the capital funds and the water and wastewater fund?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Would you like to make?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. Comment first. We have to, we talked about this in the budget workshop. We, the board and the staff, need to pay careful attention to big expenses that are coming out of the water wastewater fund, which are combined. To my mind, to make sure that we don't start spending the settlement proceeds from the Honeywell settlement to an extent that we're not gonna have enough left on that to spend on the wastewater treatment facility, which is what in general those funds were targeted for. And the more big ticket items we have coming out of that fund, and another example would be the hauling cost for next year projected to go up from, I think, $60,000 to $90,000. So when we keep seeing big expense increases in this fund, we've got to look at things like, are we saving enough of the Honeywell settlement proceeds to cover what needs to be done at the treat facility? And a related question to that is, in the code, there's what's supposed to be an automatic inflationary increase in wastewater rates from year to year that by practice has not always been done year to year. And I don't think we've made that decision yet for next year, but these kinds of things are what you have to, I think what we have to keep in mind. Do we make that let that annual adjustment happen? Because if we don't, then there's less money to pay for in the fund to pay for things like this. So I have no problem approving this as is, but it does raise some budget questions. So I move the approval of resolution 2024-25. 95, excuse me, awarding construction agreement to Dream Builders for the water line.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Any additional discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Okay, so moving on to boards and commissions. Tonight, it is my pleasure to appoint Heidi Johnson to the Lions Arts and Humanities Commission. And also I'd like to say that we have an opening on Parks and Rec. So I know that's kind of a hot commission. Did I forget something, Administrator Swanson? No, okay.
Currently not.
So as always, yes.
And the housing and
Two
human services.
openings on the housing and.
And 2 openings on the Housing and Human Services Commission. It's one of the benefits of coming in person is you can push your commission. All right, so on to general business. Item 1 is resolution 2024-84, resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an annexation agreement with Tebow at 4545 Union Highway and 4602 Highland Drive. Is there a motion?
Let me move that to a date certain of 12.
Is there a second? Okay, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, so moving on to the main event.
I know it's late in the meeting. Is it possible to talk housing first? So Andrew could get back on the road up to Netherland with snow.
Yeah, considering the weather,
Well, he didn't ask. I realized the others may take a while and didn't know if this one.
Well, I'm not, yeah, we can certainly, if the board's amenable, we can talk about the housing workshop first.
Sure.
I don't think it'll be a long conversation.
I didn't either. That's why I thought
Yeah.
you'd have to consider for now.
Okay, let's do that. Let's tackle that first.
Thank you.
So we had a housing workshop earlier this evening, where we heard from a number of developers. I think we had some good questions and got some good answers from them. I know that we are waiting for the results of the survey that were sent out before we talk about specific housing goals, before we talk about specific IGA properties, so it's very much a chicken and egg situation. So thoughts, requests of staff?
Yeah, I have several thoughts. First, I want to say thank you for organizing this panel. I realize that I may have heard these messages before, but maybe not everybody here on the Board of Trustees has. So I thought it was very beneficial for everybody to hear the same thing all at once. And what I've been hearing around infill and density and partnerships, this is nothing new to me. And I'm just really glad that everybody heard that at the same time. I really liked what one of the people had to say about having conceptual plans and building consensus, because this is also something I've heard a lot about from other municipalities, such as Golden, for example. No municipality has found this easy. This is not an easy process. This is super complicated, as we have seen time and time and time. We keep coming at it from different angles. And we're not gonna get 100% satisfaction from everybody. We have to serve the greater good. That is what we are here to do. That's why we serve in this role, is to do what's best for this community. And that is why I'm so thankful we have this roadmap going forward for the next 10 to 15 years, because we have to think that far ahead. And we have to make some brave decisions, and we have to make informed decisions. And so having this information here and having some players here to talk about what needs to happen, I think that's necessary. And I think what I've been hearing around this consensus piece is, and that's why the housing goals piece is so important to me, is that we have to all get on board with our housing goals. And I think speaking about the people we know, and I think one of them, I think it was Mike Koenig, spoke about people he knows who work in Lions, who want to live in this community. I think about our town staff who can't afford to live in our community. I think about, our paraprofessionals who are teaching at the elementary school and living with their parents because they can, thankfully, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to work at the elementary school because they wouldn't afford to live here. I think about the firefighter who overqualified for Lions Valley Townhomes and has nowhere to, I hear this over and over and over again. I hear entire families having to leave a community that they were flooded out of and aren't able to afford to stay. I hear this every single day, all the time. And I will not give up on them. I refuse to. And that's what I beg everybody here to do. We have to highlight their stories. We have to talk about them. People need to understand that we're not making up this problem. We're trying to find a solution to a problem that exists. It's here and it's now. And that is why the state is putting so much pressure on us and giving us incentives. And that's why I want to work with our partners at Boulder County Housing Authority, because they actually have some experience around this. And I'm so glad that Bill Cole was on that call, because I am not a housing expert. I don't pretend any of us are housing experts, but we do have a role to serve here. And so for me, having them here, hearing those messages over and over again, building the consensus, talking about the stories, talking about our needs, highlighting what, I think even Kay said it last time, it's like, what does our community value? What kind of housing do we need? These are really big, important questions. And I really feel like that is our job to find the answers. And so I'm just really grateful for this workshop to help us understand what's important and just maybe look at some possible solutions. And I agree with the density, I agree with the infill. This is what I hear over and over again. But I do feel like we need to build consensus around our housing goals. And for that, we need to define them and we need to figure out where we're going. And one of them said, I think it was Mike again, you know, you just have to decide on something and go with it. Like, I agree there's due diligence, but at some point we have got to be brave in our decision-making. We are going to have to make some difficult decisions and they're not going to please 100% of the population. And that's okay. That's okay. I'm okay with that because I'm here to serve the greater good of this community. I think that's what we're all here to do.
Thank you. Other comments?
Yes. I agree with Trustee Daddy, and I believe by far the majority of people in Lyons, as reflected in the comp plan surveys and so forth, would agree that there is an urgent need for affordable housing, attainable housing, workforce housing in Lyons. You read the 2010 comp plan done before we lost units in the flood, and that need was expressed in the 2010 comp plan. So and that need is important and it bears repeating. But I think discussions that focus solely or mostly on need miss some key points. We talked about it in terms of the goals in the comp plan are pretty clear in terms of what we would like to do. The problem has been, is now, and has been for years, how? How do we do that? And the presentations tonight were very useful. And they highlighted some things that a number of us, many people in the community have known for many years, which is doing affordable, attainable workforce housing on small pieces of property without the economies of scale that you get in larger projects is hard. A quick example, right after the flood, one of the first things we did in searching for housing opportunities and how to replace the lost flood units was the company that was hired at the time that did basically a community survey. I believe that I was getting confused with Trestle, I believe it was in there. Hard not to distinguish them from this, but it was Trestle. One of the first things they asked post-flood is, okay, people of Lyons, could you let us know what properties in Lyons you think might be available and appropriate for replacement housing for what was lost in the flood? And I immediately said, there's about an acre down at the end of our street that's vacant, that's been sitting vacant for a while. It's near your house. And the immediate response I got from Trustees, which had some expertise in the area, was that's too small, it can't work on that. We have to find things that are bigger. And one of the discussions today was low income housing tax credits probably can't work for things less than 20 to 30 units and that sort of thing. And the focus tonight was on what could we do with small properties. And one of the things that makes it tough in the thing we started with in Lyons right after the flood, and we've been focused on it ever since, is what land is available. Land is the starting point. There's other things too. Utilities availability, construction costs, a lot of water rights, all those things enter in, but you start with the land. And the question in Lyons has been since 2013 and probably before, what land do we have available? And the first strategy recommended by DOLA in the, discussed in the Housing Futures Plan is use town-owned, municipal-owned land for housing. And the fact of the matter is in Lyons that we cannot use any substantial town-owned land. Yes, there's 2 lots next to a cliff on Charter Court for housing. Because parks and open space, housing for greater than half an acre has to be voted on. Municipal zoned property can't be used for housing unless we change our zoning code. So however great the need is, the ability of the town of Lyons to contribute town-owned land free to a housing development, which was the fundamental building block of the Bone Park housing that was proposed after the flood, the first potentially made of affordable housing, is restricted. Whatever we do in Lyons that might involve the use of town-owned parks of open space land will require a vote. And therefore, It's not just a question of whether 100% or something, you can ever get 100% buy-in to the project. The real on the ground question in the town of Lyons is, can you get 50.1% of the people to agree with something? Because as we found out in 2016, in a bitter fight that split this community, that resulted in some people very active in town government and in town civic affairs leaving town because they've made too many enemies and didn't feel like they could live here anymore, is if you propose something that a majority, 50.1% of Lyons voters say no to, you accomplish nothing. However pure your motives, however great the need is, you have to focus on what is going to be acceptable to a majority of voters in Lyons if you're going to use town-owned land. If you're not going to use town-owned land, you're going to have to get really creative. And that's what we're looking at. That's why we preliminarily looked at zoning the back part of the Depot land R3, high density, in response to what some of these people said. The higher the density you did on some project like that, sometimes it's easier just to make the numbers work. We looked at on our tour, the Lucanen property out east of the town. That's part of the IGA discussions as well. But I'd like to emphasize that not only is the need obvious and I think agreed to by most people, but the how you get it done. You have to keep in mind what you can get a majority of Lyons voters to support. You have to, as they said, build consensus, get citizens involved early, and you do have to build a consensus in Lyons probably for a majority of the people to support something. And that's what it's important to focus on, I think.
Thank you.
Because otherwise, you waste a lot of time and you delay. I'll do it quickly. A lot of the problems with the affordability of the Summit project and how much they're trying to raise rents and people that can't qualify and that type of thing stems from the fact that it wasn't free land. Summit had to pay for their land, and what they paid for their land was ultimately reflected in the rents. And the Summit property is managed by a for-profit developer that, as you heard tonight, developers have to build a profit margin into their management fees, as opposed to Boulder County Housing, who was going to do the Bowen Park project. And that delay cost us probably 4 to 5 years. And look what happened to construction costs during those 4 to 5 years. So the importance of finding something that can gain consensus, majority support in the town up front is extremely important.
Thank you. So a couple things. I'm not so sure that, I think Lyons Valley townhome rents are dictated by a federal program.
Yep.
They're dictated by HUD, so it doesn't really, their cost of building doesn't factor in.
Their land purchase was actually one of their smallest expenses. It was what they got into with the modifications to the property.
But that's a different topic. I'm curious about a couple things. Because I want to move this forward. We all know about the need, we all know about the challenges, so I'm interested in trying to find solutions. A couple of things I'm curious about is whether the board has an interest in finding out more about affordable ownership programs and how that might be different in terms of building affordable housing versus apartments. I know Trustee Dillman brought this up at our last meeting. So deed restricted ownership programs, is that something that Boulder County can manage? Who would manage something like that? Would it be the developer? How does that work in terms of getting things actually built? Because I think a lot of folks would love to be able to get a foothold in this community. And so that brings me to the next obvious, I think, topic, which is where would we build these? I think about the lots on Carter Court, maybe there's some other, lots that could be subdivided here and there, I don't know, but I think it was Trustee Daddy maybe that brought up at one point, town hall property includes the Brown building. And we were ready to lease, the previous board was ready to lease that building to Leaf for an extended period of time. And made the decision that yes, we can live without the use of that building. for kind of a greater good. So I'm curious about whether this board has an interest in finding out more about perhaps subdividing and rezoning that one piece of property and using that for housing, because I think having small apartments right downtown, I mean, that would be great. And it's close to Walt South, you know, so it's got that compact area. I don't know. So does the board have an interest in staff exploring that option?
Absolutely.
I absolutely would. I definitely heard them say that deed restricted sale is easier for a small project than renting. And I absolutely would like to know more about that. And I think, Andrew, you said 100% AMI on that. Okay, so that to me, I'm very intrigued by that. I also heard clearly, and I wanted to say to Mark, I mean, I'm supposed to be ended on the phone. And see instead of what he said is, well, do you want to come here and have these meetings? I actually believe we're pushing the road on all of this if we do not involve the town in a proactive program that we're taking the lead on. We are taking the lead on, not that we are taking the lead on that says, here is what we're thinking about. What do you want us to do? Do we really want to do this or not? Because I really want to hear people say, no, actually, I want to be asked. Okay, that's what you want. Okay, but what we've gotten so far is such pushback is, every time the pushback seems to come, well, yeah, that's great, but not here. I think we've got to communicate the kind of passion. I always like when you get really passionate because your Canadian accent comes out. I think we need to communicate that, and I think we need to, I don't know that it would have made any difference in Bone Park because that's parkland and that's tough to take parkland. But it was close. I mean, it was close. And if we had really done a lot of PR related to it, I think we could. And we did?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had any number of meetings, I think at Rogers Hall, and we had the whole concept laid out. There was at least 1, 2, maybe even 3 meetings, I guess, that we had on that. So it sounds like you're suggesting perhaps that we have a, what do they call that, community get together?
Town hall meeting.
Kind of that, yeah, but where ideas could be explored.
What's it, yeah, it starts with a C.
Charette?
Thank you,
Charette, there you
yes.
go. Charette.
This is what our surveys
Yeah.
start.
Well, this
Yeah,
is
I know,
the,
but I'm a little
this is the
disappointed we
start.
only have 35 meetings.
Well, it's only
So-
been
It was kind of varied, yeah.
So, okay, I agree with you. Were you finished?
Yeah, I just think we're pushing a rope if we don't do that.
Are you interested in learning more about potentially subdividing this property?
Absolutely.
Okay. Does anybody not have an interest in those 2 items?
Do we have a ballpark, how big that is? Is it a quarter acre?
No,
It's not.
It's less than that.
it's
I was
less.
gonna say, yeah.
I would hate to subdivide only the brown parcel when what we heard tonight over and over is go for the density.
Mhm.
We also had a study done on Mr. McCain's lot and the brown building together. Boulder County Housing Authority was very interested in doing 1-bedroom apartments there. With the 2 lots together, you can get 31 bedroom units. Downtown, very accessible to library, post office, everything. So I think we need to think about that, maybe have a discussion with some property owners. Like I said, we have identified several properties if the town had the money to purchase or could be the first right that are not parks, that are privately owned, that are very underutilized, that are larger and would be appropriate maybe for higher density. So do you do this and do a 4-plex and then it, cuts out that opportunity for something larger and more denser later? That's fine if you do, but when you do that as lots, then you have setbacks and other stuff. If you do it as one, unit.
Well, I think, I personally would love to see all the options that are on the table, even if they seem like they might be.
Well, and again,
far-fetched.
we get into that discussion of, well, the current owner may not want to do that. Well, that may be, but at some point they might. As we know, we have made lots of concessions for people who live there currently. People who didn't want sidewalks, people who didn't want this, and then a few years later they move. And then we don't have a sidewalk. So I mean, I think we do have to think larger and, you know, just to be very upfront, I'd be happy to call, Mr. McCain and talk to him. He's told me several times he, you know, hopes to retire in the coming years. And if funding for money, if for property won't be out till 26, maybe.
And parallel to that, I would like to suggest that maybe we also continue the discussion with Bill Cole from Boulder County Housing Authority
Absolutely.
to see how much they, because I know that the town of Lyons does not have 1 or 2 million extra dollars hanging around somewhere in a vault that we could buy property with. And so I would love to know how we can partner with Boulder County Housing Authority, like
This opportunity fund.
this opportunity
by
fund or this
participating in the
new
regional
tax that we
housing.
just approved.
Yeah.
That's bringing in $17 million.
Yeah.
I would just love to explore that
One
more.
B, we're at the table with them
Yeah.
every month about all those things, so we're in on those meetings. But, I mean, that's just an example. But there are 2 other properties that I can think of right offhand that are larger than half an acre, and one is over 1.5 acres. That the owners recently passed. Maybe families would be interested in selling those, that are not in areas that I think, will have the same concerns that we heard, you know, on the north side.
So when he was talking about funding being available from the county, the opportunity fund in
Yeah.
26, do we have any idea what those numbers look like?
Yeah, it's the, what was it? It wasn't a proposition, it was called, it was 1B.
Yeah.
It's a Boulder County
Boulder Initiative 1B.
initiative, 1B.
$16.7 million.
So
Yeah,
the previous conversations are, it was gonna be a competitive pool for all communities. At least discussions right now, and they haven't landed
Yeah.
yet, but it's relatively for Lions and Netherland, it's $200,000 a year dedicated in this fund. The opportunity grant would be
a set aside.
set aside and competitive to all municipal
All
agencies.
Except Longmont and Boulder. City of Boulder would not be eligible for the opportunity money. So every year there'd be 2 million. And people like Louisville and Superior and Lyons, we would all say, we have a one-time expense. It's not gonna be an ongoing one. And then that group, the collaborative would decide who gets it that year.
So, and this is a bit of a different issue, but not. Chances of getting that, the ability to work on that, our housing authority could do that.
The Housing Authority RFP went out this last week, so that's out there now to see who's interested in doing that feasibility study for us. But yes, that would be eligible for this type of funding as well. We're just making sure we continue at the table and, you know, voicing our opinions for Ned and Lyons, so. But that's what we understand right now, is that the majority is going to go to where the numbers are. It just is. They can do a 400 unit development and help a lot more families than we would with 20 or 30. So that's where it's at, but there will be a set aside for us.
If we were, for example, set aside $200,000 every year, would that be guaranteed for a number of years so that we might could borrow against that?
It's a 10-year proposition?
Yeah.
15, it's a 10 or 15-year tax.
Yeah,
It sunsets.
yeah, sunset, I think it's 15 year, I
Yeah, it was
can
10 or
verify.
15, I can't remember. But but they had set that aside so that if we decided to either put it away toward a project, or we needed a study, or we wanted staff to continue after this Netherland DOLA contract, whatever we decide. But it will be, ours will be a very small portion compared to others, but then this opportunity pot is there for when we do get something. I think we have a better chance at it if we had first right on something or whatever versus just saying we hope to do this.
Well, and I thought that we did, I thought the legislature did pass the first right legislation, that a municipality has first right to purchase affordable housing
I
land.
think you have to make it known though.
I was gonna jump in on that. I was actually looking up the statute just to check on what it said, but there was legislation passed which give us a first right on affordable housing projects, but I need to look at the parameters of that.
Okay,
That'd be
so
great.
so yeah, that does exist. So, you know, maybe the stars will align a little bit more than they have been. Okay, anything else on this topic for tonight?
I just want to remind everybody of what a great private-public partnership we had in the last couple of years on 1/3 of an acre that produced 9 units, 2 3-bedrooms and 7 1-bedrooms. If you haven't had an opportunity to visit that development on Evans, I'm pretty sure we could arrange for something. They held an open house, was it last year?
Yeah.
When it was done, and I was
This
very
year.
impressed with what can be accomplished on a small
Small lot,
parcel.
yeah, it's beautiful on the inside.
They really are.
Okay. All right. Did you have anything else?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, I know a few directors and fairly successful housing markets that are very difficult. Would it be helpful to have a panel for deed restrictions for sale units or just the staff report?
I think maybe just a staff report, and then if we have additional questions, we can call them, but appreciate the offer. Yeah.
Let me mention something on deed restrictions. I meant to mention it earlier too, and it reminded me too. Deed restrictions is a term of art that gets thrown out a lot. It has a legal meaning. But when the Dole representative was here for a workshop, 4 or 5 months ago, she made it very clear that for Prop 123 purposes, you are not limited to deed restriction, just deed restrictions on things that may qualify for Proposition 123. The ultimate goal of deed restrictions is they restrict the property to use by certain income levels. And what you ultimately get to are income level restrictions. And you can create income restrictions on properties without putting things in the deed. And indeed, putting something permanently in a deed or in a deed for 30 years may scare some property owners off, whereas a contractual agreement with the city, or a town to provide income restricted housing of some sort for a 5 or 10 year period might be amenable to them. So when we talk about deed restrictions, let's not confine ourselves to something that permanently in the property records inhibits people's property rights. Let's be more open-minded to things that would allow more flexible income type restrictions.
I'm totally open to all ideas, and I think that deed restricted ownership is much more than a mathematical equation for a lot of people. It is housing security. It is knowing that your rent is not gonna go up by 30% in 6 months when you have a couple of kids. So it has many more benefits, I think, than simply the math that goes into it. So I think we need to consider all those kinds of things.
Right, but if you can get something done with income restrictions that are enforceable, that provide the same type of guarantees that wouldn't happen if you had to put a permanent deed restriction on it, you're a step ahead.
Well, let's.
And deed restrictions can be, I understand that the street properties are restricted for 10 years. I think the habitat properties are restricted for 30 years, so not all deed restrictions are deed restrictions for 5 years, I suppose.
You could, and we will talk about all of those things when we talk about deed restrictions.
So on our next agenda, we do have a general business item to bring back the results of the survey and a few more discussions on housing. We hope to have housing unit numbers ready for that meeting as well. So yeah, this is just one of many discussions we'll be having, but we do have both of those items for November 18th.
Okay, great.
Mayor, Attorney Dittman.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Attorney Dittman.
You're fine. I was gonna interrupt if you were moving on to the next thing, but I just want to get back to you on the statute concerning the right of first refusal. So that's HB 241175. And what it is, it's either a right of first refusal or a right of first offer, depending on the number of units for existing multifamily housing, which is being sold. And so, which doesn't really help us at all. Yeah.
Not applicable. Okay, great. Thank you for looking at that.
So is there a minimum number of units on that?
So for the right of first refusal, it's 5. But for the right of first offer, it's significantly higher. I think it's 30 to 100. Let me look at that real quick.
Not for a town like us.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a big number.
Let's, it's 8:45. Let's take a 10-minute break. Oh, you're good. You're excused. We'll take a 10-minute break and we'll get to the rest of the agenda.
Thank you.
Let's, thanks for the break. Let's move on to discussion direction regarding, excuse me, 2025 budget / property tax. We want a staff intro or take up where we
Well,
left
we
off
already,
after the
yeah, we
workshop?
kind of discussed it at the workshop, so we need to hear from the board, your thoughts, or if you have any direction for us tonight, so we can finish building the budget.
I have a couple of questions about the budget, but I think let's maybe tackle the property tax issue first. Go ahead, trustee Hammer.
At first, I was looking to hold the mill the same, but after the discussion we had earlier tonight, as well as the whole tax workshop, or the budget planning, I think it just makes sense to go to the 6.25.
To do what?
Go for the 5.5% increase, which raises the mill levy to 16.258. And part of the reason is, and I think Director Eystone mentioned that, but it seems like if we freeze this and then it compound, that this will compound over time. So it just seems like our budget's tight enough. I would love to keep it flat, but I'm just not sure it's realistic at this point in time.
Okay. Trustee Dassey.
I feel like we're in such a pickle. I have to agree. I feel like we have to increase by the 5.5%. I am so uncomfortable asking businesses to contribute more. And I realize the impact to a small business is going to be maybe $227 a year, right? I realize that the actual assessment rate is disproportionate between residential and commercial. I get that. And I also hear our small business owners saying how difficult it is for them to stay in business, to be honest. And we've seen businesses close here in town. And I would like to think that if we do approve this, there is some way for us to help businesses who need help. And I know we have a revolving loan fund, but somebody said something about $55,000 earlier. I'm not sure if I remember what that was for exactly or where that was from.
That was the 55,000 was the payback from the state. We will not, the back bill we won't be getting.
But Victoria,
something I said.
You and I had a conversation, not tonight, earlier, about another loan fund.
The towns, we always talk about a revolving loan fund, but there's actually two funds. There's two revolving loan funds. One was awarded by the Small Business Development Authority, SBDA, and it was a one-time, after the flood, help people. The group that was seated as economic development at the time recommended we make it revolving, and that's why it did that. But there is a balance in that of 55,000-ish that we could use to offset one-time costs if we wanted to and stop that revolving loan fund. And then we would only continue with the USDA loan, which is a 0% interest, which is awesome for our businesses. Just allows, many of them use it to get through the winter months, and then they pay it off during the summer. So it's a good bridge.
I like bridges.
But the SBDA revolving loan, we would have the ability to take a look at that if you guys want to look at ways to use that to help, but it would just be a one-time.
Would it be, could we give some kind of property tax rebate with it? Brandon?
I mean, that's not really what the program's set up for currently. And I don't think the current rules around the program envision that. They're more, working capital, repairs, upgrades as kind of what the intent was.
I was thinking that more in line with if we wanted to do that electric service line, we could do that for folks using that. And then it's also, it's helping those businesses, but it's really pretty much just the south side of the 400 block.
So yes, I guess I'm in agreement with it mostly for the residential properties, but I know that we can't disassociate them. So what I would recommend is we explore how we can help offset that increase to small commercial properties, whatever that may be.
So this chart we have on revenue property tax, that you showed us, Cassie, it shows a 2025 budget of $965,049, right? But the note is if we hold the middle levy to 15.137 as it was in 2024, that number becomes 898, so that's a 67K difference.
No, not 67K, 6,700.
No, 67,000. You're correct. Trustee
60.
Lowell.
What's he looking? Oh, he's looking at this.
Yeah. What's the pain? I thought we went through the budget when we worked to the 898 with the current mill levy, didn't we?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Well, the question is the budget predicated, the 2025 budget predicated on the 898, 515? If we hold the mill levy, or is it predicated on the 965?
The draft budget was built with the 965. However, we did we did suggest pushing or not doing the stream bank project, which freed up 122,000. So it's not incorrect that the current year budget could withstand that. It's not incorrect. The current year budget could afford it, or the 2025 budget. My concern was more the future years.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. I'm in favor of holding the mill budget, the mill levy to the 2024 level.
2024.
I'm in favor of moving it to 16,258. And I think that is because that the long-term reality is that we can't keep holding it. And I think we have to find a way to make life easier for our commercial property owners, but I think we have to do it.
Mr. Brennan?
My reason for proposing this is that I think a message needs to be sent from taxpayers, residential and commercial, as well as future boards, that Lyons will not max out its tax capacity every single year if it can find a way not to. This holding the mill levy level has been done once in the last 10 or 11 years, 2018, 2019. Mike Carabas and I suggested that, and the same types of discussions, almost exact discussions, occurred back then. I don't remember the vote on it. I think it was a split vote. I guess the majority must have favored it or we wouldn't have done it. But I think there's even more reasons to do it now. One, I'll mention it first. It's not at the top of my list. This is exactly what Governor Polis asked municipalities, special districts, counties to consider doing last year after the big tax reform discussions in the legislature. Very few did it. I'd like to set an example and send a message to other taxing jurisdictions that this is something that at least the town of Lyons was willing to do. Also, I think here in the town of Lyons, we need to look at what's been done on our overall tax situation in the last several years. We've raised our sales tax with voter approval to the highest level in Boulder County. We've raised the lodging tax from $2 of a an accommodation to 5%. So that was a significant raise. We raised the marijuana tax. We had the capacity to do that. We have maximized the 5.5% property tax gain each and every year except for 2018 and 2019. I think we've gone a little bit overboard on taxes, and I would like to see us, if only for 1 year, to hold the line. It sends a message. We can afford it. There's a $55,000 backfill that was received this year that wasn't in the budget. There was $66,000 in interest earned this year that wasn't above what was projected in the budget. As mentioned, there was a $122,000 bank restoration project we're not going to proceed with. And there was a $56,000 projected fund balance in the general fund at the end of the year. Those are way more than enough to cover a $67,000 non-increase in the property tax. And it does not necessarily compound. I do not recall, and I haven't gone back and looked to see why we basically doubled up the following year when that was done in 2018, 2019. I just don't remember. If the town hit a budget crisis or another COVID happened and our sales taxes were cut in half, we could double up next year if we had to. As I said at the workshop, I think looking years into the future, so much depends, in my view, as to whether this town gets the substantial lodging tax, sales tax, and use tax that are gonna flow from the hotel. That's gonna be a big difference maker in our budget. And if the hotel doesn't happen and we don't get other commercial development, because that's, you can see from the numbers, it is commercial development that we've been after in the Eastern Corridor for years that fuels our tax revenue. If we don't get commercial development, I don't think in future years boards will have much of a choice but to do the 5.5% every year. But this year, I don't think we have to, and I would like to not do the increase this year because we can afford it this year, and we look at it next year and see what our situation is. So I'm in favor of keeping the levy the same as it is for 24 and 25.
Thank you. Trustee Dunn?
So does it, if we increase it, doesn't have to be 5.5, can we do it less than that? Like half? Something?
Sure.
So that could be a bit of a compromise. I know $227 doesn't sound like much for a business, but it kind of worries me about businesses being able to make it here in town. So I'm kind of leaning against raising it 5.5.
Do you have another proposal?
Well, half would be 2.25.
2.25.
2.75.
Sorry, thank you.
I guess I could go with 2.75.
So I'm gonna tally this up here. So I would like to hold it. I would like to freeze it for this year. I agree that the $67,000, we can find that elsewhere. I also agree that we have no idea what the next few years are gonna bring in terms of development. And, you know, we could be seeing the Tebow property developed, we could be seeing the hotel, 402 Main Street, who knows what else. So I think that holding it for 1 year is gonna help the businesses. Our budget can absorb it, and I don't think we should raise taxes just because we can. Not that I'm implying that anybody wants to do that, I'm not. So I'm in favor. So where that puts us is 3 of us are in favor of freezing it. 1, 2, 3 are in favor of raising it to the full amount, and 1 has proposed a 2.75 raise.
Even. I'm actually willing to change my stance based on what Trustee Browning and yourself said. I think that if we can absorb the cost this year, I'm happy to hold it this year, but I think we need to revisit this next year, based on where we are in development.
We revisit it every year.
Yeah, true,
Yeah,
true.
okay. So then that puts us at 4-3 to hold. Anybody care to contribute anything else or make any other suggestions to consider? Okay.
Sounds like you're.
All right. Thank you, everybody. And it's interesting that it's a split vote the same way it was the last time.
Yeah. And I expected that.
Yeah.
The good news is you'll be the same group seated next year, so if.
Yeah.
You'll get the consequences of if there's compounding, I guess.
Can I just make a comment?
Absolutely, yeah.
I haven't gone through the budget process, and I'm very, very concerned about potential surprises lurking out there in infrastructure land.
That water line.
Yeah, I mean, so stuff happens and our infrastructure is aging, so, and I failed to mention, but that was a big reason why I said 5.5, because I thought we really need to get a handle on that. So I would like to, and I think I brought it up on our budgeting exercise, was really develop a capital model that really gives us an idea. What are all the assets out there? What's the life expectancy? How many dollars we should be putting away each year or not? But at least we know what it costs to run the business and what to provide these services. Because right now, I think it's surprise oriented. And I mentioned last time I think Broomfield had to raise their water rate by 50% because they failed to keep up. So I'm very, very concerned about that. This gets more into a rate setting discussion as well. But anyway, so I think from a financial perspective, I think we need to step back and look, do a much better job at looking long-term as to what our ongoing costs are gonna be.
I think you're absolutely right, and I'd be curious to know historically, you know, obviously there have been emergencies every single year, right? There's always an emergency. So like historically, what's the percentage of emergency repair costs versus what is budgeted in a particular year for capital improvement projects? Like, could we look at it like that and maybe think about it that way?
Because if we knew theoretically what we should be budgeting, then we can make intelligent decisions. Should we be putting more aside or not? But at least we can make conscious decisions.
Oh, well, we are doing some things like that. For example, we're doing a study to look at the old Apple Valley water line that's broken, that's leaked several times to see, do we need to replace it or not? We just did a big study on the wastewater treatment facility that says what the risks are there.
18 million.
We are, well, we are, well, 4.7 to do the immediate.
We have the beginning of a.
We are looking at some.
But we need to look at the whole picture, all the assets we have, instead of.
This will be a great topic, I think, for a January workshop when we talk about our priorities and kind of dig into the details about how we're gonna actually achieve them.
I agree with you 100%. I ran a nonprofit for 25 years and we knew exactly what those numbers were. They were 11% of our budget.
Oh, interesting.
And so every year we dumped 11% of the budget and we ended in the black every single year and over all those years because we had, and that's, you know, that was unique to our particular type of nonprofit, but it worked and we knew what the number was. Because it might be 4 million one year, then maybe nothing the next. I don't like that we just don't know. And our variables are like 10 times greater than our little, you know, $4 million a year organization that I ran. So yeah, I have the same, you know, as a homeowner, I know what I put back for things I don't know in a 17-year-old house. And yeah. Every time I see it, Aaron coming in with something like, you know, like when he was saying we got the one for 500,000 to make sure the water pressure is right up in Vasquez. Like, seriously?
Oh, yeah.
Seriously? I'm just, these numbers they're crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you for saying that.
Okay, let's talk about other budget items then. I have a question. So when Leaf came in and made their ask, we talked about perhaps, designating some money for LCF to be able to administer. Did you have an opportunity to talk to LCF about that?
I have not had an opportunity to talk to them. It is on my list though.
Okay.
I'll try to do that this week.
So because the budget's coming before us next meeting, should we, talk about some if-thens?
I think as long as we know that's the amount you want to set aside, we can plan for that. And if it can't work through LCF, we'll figure out another mechanism would be my suggestion, but no, I'm sorry, I did not.
No, it's
I did
okay.
not get through that.
Okay. What other items were left unfinished? Director Eiston?
I think one that I just want clarification on is the state backfill, which was the 55,000 that I was referring to, separate from the other loan program. So we had 55,000 that we received for property tax exemption backfill from the state this year. In the workshop, we discussed deferring that revenue essentially to 2025, and then essentially budget for the expenditure for that, which we referred to as the Senate Bill 238 Small Business Program. So it at least it becomes a wash in the grand scheme of budgeting items, but it does require me to increase the revenue and increase the expenditure in the 2025 budget to allow for that program should the board want to pursue that.
And remind us, what can that $55,000 be used for?
Anything. There's no restrictions.
It was a backfill on property
On-
tax?
It was, yes. So it was one of the property tax Senate bills that was from 2022. It's the only year we're going to be getting it. So it's a one-time source. We received it this year and it was about 55.5. In the workshop, it was discussed potentially using that to support small businesses in some sort of program.
Because it was property tax.
Yeah, and I like that, and I think you brought up.
Yeah, I brought that earlier and I just, we were talking two different items.
And we were talking about using that potentially if the board decides that, yes, it's a good idea for us to take over the CDOT right-of-way sidewalks and maintain the, whatever seating is out there.
Public seating.
Yeah, the public seating could be used.
We talked about some commercial incentives to offset their property taxes. Increasing the funding for First Sundays was one way to do that. Electric service undergrounding, three-phase power, taking over public seating, possibly whatever else is attractive to them, ordering new banners, other things that draw attention to the downtown.
Would it make sense to talk to the EDC and or the chamber and kind of collaborate or at least get some additional ideas?
Sure, but if that's, I think what Cassie's saying is from a budget perspective, she needs to know if you want to include it as both revenue and expenses next year and use that pot toward your commercial incentives. And then you don't have to touch that SBA.
Otherwise, it goes to fund balance, and you can choose to appropriate it in 2025 if you want to pursue something like this.
I actually like the idea of keeping it separate, and it doesn't mean we have to spend the whole thing. But to have just a separate pot of funding to help our small businesses. I think that'll send a strong message, and I like not having to shut down the SBTA loan. Unless I'm misunderstanding
No,
the
that's
question.
correct.
Yeah.
That's why when you first asked me about 55, I said the backfill, and then you were thinking SBA. and
Right.
They were two
And they're
different
two
topics we
different- yeah.
discussed earlier.
Okay. So I'm in favor of doing that. I think, the purpose of the backfill was to help.
Yeah.
With their property tax, so. What do others think?
I'm inclined to keep it in the general fund until we have a specific allocation. We've already talked about increasing the allocation to help with the first Sundays
Yeah.
on a particular
We
line
did
item.
put that in. We did.
Which would come out of this same fund. If you want to do, that's part of the 55.
Sure.
But if we come up with some small business assistance program of some sort, facade grants, something comes to mind, a lot of URAs do, but we've never done that sort of thing. We can always appropriate that, but to Trustee Hamlet's point earlier, if you're protecting against unforeseen emergencies, I like the idea of having a larger balance in the general fund. And that, when I was saying, I think we can afford this one-time property tax free, that's one reason I thought it, because I think we've got some unappropriated balance in the general fund. I like having that as reserved for emergencies, like 75,000, that's in that other fund, but things that happen that you don't expect. So I prefer to keep it in the general fund. If we can work out some type of a small business assistance fund, we can always appropriate that.
Other thoughts?
I'm actually with Trustee Brown.
As well.
Yeah, for the general fund.
Okay. Well, so that's fine. I also would like to, still gather some ideas from the chamber and the EBC about how we might be able to assist them.
It's a great idea.
One thing I've noted that we talked about the other day, assisting them in some type of tangible program or promotional thing like for Sundays. Occasionally we feel calls for assistance, and why doesn't the town basically do grants to for-profit businesses? We don't do
No,
that.
we do
That's
not do that.
what we should do, so.
No, but what mutually benefits the business community and the town.
I may add too, we're prohibited by law from giving out money to private businesses, so it's not an option for us.
There's that.
What other unanswered questions do you have, Director Easton?
There's just one last item that wasn't discussed at the workshop, and that's because I just became aware of it today. We're a little bit short for the sheriff's budget for the flock cameras because we added those additional flock cameras. I do need to add an additional 6,000 to the sheriff's budget for those additional cameras.
Is this time for other budget items that are left open?
If Director Easton is done, then yeah.
Oh,
I have done.
Okay.
Well, I wanted to clarify that we talked about a $500 potential local match for the Boulder Wildfire Partners program. But we didn't know whether Boulder Wildfire Partners would be doing their program in 2025. I emailed them to ask and got back a quick response. So we don't know if we will be doing that or not. But then I started seeing posts on Facebook that they're doing it. So I don't think we separately budgeted for that. There's an item in there. It's either $30,000 or $40,000 for fire mitigation things. And I think the idea was that it would come out of that. And we could put a cap on. We don't have to spell out the details of the policy, but I think that that's included in the budget. And there's another item that I mentioned in passing a budget that I would like to pursue. I don't know if this is time or not. It's ultimately a small item, and that's an ADU incentives program that would have a $5,000 cap on it. And we don't need to go into details on that, but I'll just mention that. And I was going to get to an interesting report because I didn't know this was going to be brought up tonight.
Well, I think if it's a
Now the
budget
time.
item, now would be the
Okay.
time.
Yeah, and I apologize for not, I sent you one and I sent Trustee that and couldn't email it to the board in advance all at once. Maybe I should have got it done in the packet, but I didn't get it done in time. I did it today. And the outlines of it basically would be a $500 tax rebate for any property owner that agrees to build a new ADU and income restricted to 100% AMI or less, or an existing ADU owner that agrees to restrict the lease to the tenant to 100% less of AMI year by year. And the question was raised about how do we administer it? I would think that you would require a copy of the lease and an affidavit that the lease was true and correct, and an affidavit that the town would be informed if the rent was increased. And at the end of the year, the town would rebate $500 to someone who had offered an income restricted ADU. And I would also like to, even though it may go nowhere, I would also like to inquire of Boulder County where they, what, if they would agree to match us on that, like we're matching them on the golf properties. Would they consider as an experimental program doing a $500 rebate of county property tax to ADU property owners who agree to keep rents below 100% AMI for a year? And I would cap that at 10 properties, so it would be a max of $5,000. And the 10 was selected because that's the number of eligible properties that we're trying to reach for Prop 123. Maybe we'll get there with the two, so we don't need it, but to me, that was one way to try to perhaps influence 10 properties. And I also think it would qualify under, I would hope that it would qualify under DOLA's other innovative programs for affordable or attainable housing. The boxes we're trying to check. I hope that we're checking the box. It's an experiment, see if it would work. I doubt you'd find 10 people to participate, but I think it's something I'd like to throw out there because I think our ADU program and policy and lines is leveled off. I think we've hit a lull on building ADUs. I think there's been one this year. It was pretty successful there for a number of years, and I think that maybe with the funds in it. That's the outline. It's a $5,000 budget item.
And building costs have risen so dramatically, that's probably why. I feel like I'm really interested in this idea. I would really, before we decide whether we want to include it in the budget, I want staff to respond and see what they think.
We can put it on the next meeting.
Yeah. And could we achieve the same results? I mean, we heard tonight from developers just reducing the town fees, so.
We've already done. We could reduce the building permit fee, for example.
Yeah, so are there other fees we
could be?
Maybe it's a larger discussion of how, how do
Right.
we incentivize.
Yeah.
For budget, we need to know whether you want to put in that.
Put the money in
10%.
and
Yeah,
we
we'll
can
put
work
it
out the
in, but-
details.
And if it doesn't get spent on this, it'll get spent on.
It's a small dollar item, and I doubt that even if we did it, I doubt the whole amount would be spent. It's just an idea I had, and I'm concerned that we aren't seeing any new ADUs in the lands.
How does everybody else feel about including that?
Absolutely, I think we should do it and have additional conversations on this.
Yeah.
Of other things we can do as well, but they're gonna have this for the budget, so yes. It's pretty
Okay.
good.
You suggest it's a multi-year program,
No,
It'd be year by year.
or is it sunsetted at 5, 10?
We can't commit future.
Yeah.
Basically, we offer this for up to 10 units for a year, and if 5 people come in and do it.
every board
rebate
would
them.
have to allocate. the
We'd have
money
to do it
every
again the
year.
Oh, I
next
see,
year.
that's right, you're right, yeah.
Okay, what else?
That's good.
What else anybody else have something on a wish list? Anything else you need from us, Director Eystone, regarding budget?
Not for this, no. We are
Okay.
good.
All right, then let's move on to the discussion about capital improvement projects using the 0.5% sales tax for 2025.
Okay, I do have a little staff report. If
Oh,
you'd like.
excellent. Great, yes, thank you.
So really what we're looking for is some discussion, direction on if the Board of Trustees would like to prioritize a specific capital project to use the additional 0.5% sales tax towards. The estimated revenue for that is about $238,000 per year based on 2025 projections. The revenue could pay for debt service on a larger capital project, or could be continue to be collected over multiple years to cash fund a future capital project. A couple of larger capital projects that have been mentioned in the past and were surveyed with the resident budget survey were stormwater improvements, street improvements, and wastewater improvements, although it's definitely not limited to those uses, as long as it is a capital use. So we don't have to make a decision tonight. It's not necessary for it to be in the budget because there was a lot of information that would need to happen before we could appropriate it into the budget, but it was discussed that maybe direction or discussion start now so that we could continue to make progress on it if the board would like.
Well, I think it's good timing considering trustee Hamrick's comments about budgeting for emergencies. So anybody like to kick us off?
One word.
Yeah.
It's one word, stormwater.
Stormwater.
I can counter with one word. Sidewalks.
To clarify, elementary school sidewalks are in the budget in the form of a match for the safe routes to school if we get it, right?
If we
That's
get
our-
If we get
If we
it,
get it.
if we don't, there's enough in the budget to do the east side and the north. But it doesn't take, but it will use all of your sidewalks,
Yeah.
plus some probably,
And remind us when we find out about that grant.
January, February.
Okay.
There's enough to do at least the east side. I mean, that's the.
And that's really, you know, that's where people park, right, in Red Gutter and.
Yeah.
Right.
But the Safe Routes to School application goes much further. It goes all the way down to Maine.
Which we need.
It goes all the way up to Longs Peak. It's much beyond that.
It's only that we basically see what happens with safe routes to school and we're gonna have to.
Then we're gonna have to prioritize
Decide.
how far that money will go, knowing that our last two bids we opened were another 20% higher than our estimate. Again, we just keep going up.
Inflation was slowing down.
On this item, I've watched with great interest when the prior board discussed putting the half-cent sales tax increase on the ballot. And they wisely did not specify a particular project at that time. But nonetheless, they discussed in some detail priority of projects that they thought were needed around town. Stormwater was prominently mentioned, but in the context of the Second and Third Avenue deteriorated streets. If you ask, and I live in that area, if you ask people in that area, repairing Second Avenue and maybe Third Avenue are streets projects, but the reason the streets are in such horrible shape is because stormwater has eroded them.
That's right.
And so, and I talked about this a little bit with Director last time, how you assign percentages to what stormwater and what street on streets like that, on projects like that is difficult because it's both. And it would be foolish to just repave that street without addressing the stormwater. And it would be foolish to do the stormwater drains and leave the street in the conditions. And so it's really a combined.
Well, and to be honest,
Yeah.
we'd love a sidewalk down Second, but we can't do that
That
until we
too.
treat the stormwater.
Yeah,
That's it.
we're all,
But-
we've all had these discussions.
Yeah, and
you
so,
know,
that background discussion, that particular large capital project, including the possibility of borrowing and using this revenue stream to borrow in excess of $3 million, that was featured prominently in the prior board's discussions when we put that sales tax on the ballot. And then we did a budget survey this year that got very good response from the public, more than I'd seen in the past. And what were the two priorities that they did? Stormwater and streets. So I think that dovetails with the broader discussion, and that's my inclination. And then there were a number of comments from people about Second and Third Avenue, and I think that should be, that's my view of what the number one project should be, with the exception of sidewalks that I think we kind of need to deal with. To me, the number one project anywhere is sidewalks in the elementary school area. I think we're gonna get that done for the most part. But the other big project of this magnitude is Second Avenue, if there's enough money, Third Avenue as well.
well, and so $238,000 a year isn't gonna pay for that.
No, that's when you borrow what you can borrow against it.
It could be the match also for grants, right? That was our focus last year, was Second and Third. matching up grants, getting a grant that Tracy applied for through BRIC, seeing if Cassie could do the loan through CDPHE for stormwater, having stuff that even safe routes to school, and right, trying to dovetail those in so they can work together, and then having something that would be whatever the town needed for its match that was left. That was somewhat what we were working on last year, right, when we were really thought, that's why you saw it probably prominently when there was discussions on what the sales tax would be for.
I mean, I'm actually okay with not providing direction on what projects should use that sales tax revenue right now until I'm inclined to agree, Trustee Browning, that, yeah, you know, that's like the obvious choice. I just wanna make sure we're not missing something less obvious that we wanna be able to consider. So I'm not sure that I'm ready to decide where that money should be spent right now.
And I would add that I would feel more comfortable once we've heard back from the grant, the Safe Routes for School, to see how much is left to our responsibility. It'd be easier for me to make an informed decision then. And I guess, is that January?
January, February, we said.
Would be a bit of an outlier here, but I think that we should be devoted to the wastewater treatment plant. Given the JVA report and given some of the options that we were given, there's a heck of a lot of money that needs to go into that plant, and hearkening back to the residents' comments on the budget, I mean, there was at least two that I read that complained about the odor control system not working. That's one of the things that's gotta be replaced. And then when I asked the question of JVA, they said, yeah, these plants last about 20 years. So there's another capital fund that needs to start accumulating money because this plant is not gonna last forever. Right now, I think we're looking at, Aaron, you can check my figures, but I think we're looking at 12.6 million for the things that were considered not an option and had to be replaced. Things like the UV control, the odor control system, the fan press or the screw press, whatever we choose.
Down more by 8 million.
Okay.
Got it, but I haven't looked at it.
Yeah, there's 8 million, we got 1.2, maybe 1.3 now from the Honeywell money that we can use as a match. I just think we need to start putting some money into a capital, more money into a capital plan for the wastewater treatment plant.
Okay. Trustee Delman?
I kind of think, wait until we see about the Safe Routes to School grant.
Would you like to add anything to your word?
To mine?
Yeah.
I actually am very good with it being for any of the three that are mentioned here. I mean, yeah, I share your concern about, we've got to start. I'm just trying to think, where can it get a little bit more bang for the buck?
Yeah.
Which is not there, but if we don't start doing something with that, we're in trouble. So yeah, to me, any of those three is fine.
Trustee Henry?
I'm not smart enough to figure out what the highest priorities are right now.
Well,
As far as what the impacts, if we defer doing something on stormwater or wastewater, that said, if there's opportunities that come up where because 238 is not much. It's not gonna make a dent in anything. So if we could leverage that as a match, then yes, we should do that, whatever that is. But I think right now, not knowing, I mean, we could throw 238 at one of these problems, but I'm not sure it's gonna really move the needle.
And maybe the way to look at it is to think about, okay, where can we get the most bang for our buck? Where can we leverage this the most? How much can we get for it? And then look in that direction.
The discussion at the time of the ballot measure for the 10% was that the 238 or whatever it's going to be could be used as the basis for borrowing 3 to 3.5 million.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
That's the issue. And I point out, there's also borrowing capacity within the water wastewater fund because a long-term water note was paid off last year. And so there's the same kind of borrowing capacity. If you dedicate that revenue to a loan for a capital project is available within that fund. And we discussed that not all of that money may need to be spent, the 4.7 million, 8 million, whatever it is, if we get the high strength waste under control, that may lessen the need to spend $4 to 8 to $18 million in the wastewater fund, and those efforts are underway, as I understand it.
Yeah. So I think ultimately what we do agree on is that we may not have enough information right now to decide exactly what to do. But it's good to know that it's there.
And regardless, it sounds like the top three projects here are like multi-million-dollar projects, which are gonna require some creative financing. For sure, for sure.
So what then is the discussion direction to staff, to just hold off for now?
Yeah.
Keep it set aside. Do
Keep it
not
set
use it.
aside.
It has to be set aside, right?
Yeah, it's set aside already. She has a separate account for it.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Just, I'll preach this one more time. We've had problems in the past with set aside funds being dipped into for emergencies, and by set aside, my meaning of that is don't touch it.
Okay.
Until we decide what big project to spend it on.
I expect you to repeat that at every single meeting we have.
I probably will.
Just that concisely though.
Okay.
Okay.
Is set aside the same as restricted?
No. Well, legally, I don't think so, but Cassie? Oh.
Is this set aside for, what was it, for CEMEX?
Set aside is the same as restricted.
Well, I'm sorry, is it the same as restricted? No, we intentionally chose not to restrict it. We discussed that as an option when we set this apart, and we said, no, we're not gonna restrict it to certain things. We're just gonna create categories of what it could possibly be used for.
Okay. Yeah, then you can mention at every meeting, that concise.
Okay, so moving on to our final general business item of the night, the legislative policy concerning remote participation. So we all know what happened. We don't have to go through that again. So I suggested some changes to the way that meetings are conducted, and they're really specific. And then I started thinking about it and, coming to the realization that, of course, technology changes constantly. Staff may find a better way of conducting meetings that works better for them and the board in the future. So it seemed, in retrospect, kind of silly to make a legislative change of this specificity. And I talked to Victoria, Brandon, and Dolores about this earlier. What I would like to see is some language around a couple of things. One is not sharing the actual web address of whatever meeting is taking place. So not sharing the Zoom address or a Teams address or whatever, not sharing those things publicly, but only internally, and conducting webinar-like meetings where the person controlling the meeting also controls who is able to participate. And I think between those two things, I think we have this part of it covered. Open to suggestions from staff, from the board, from anybody, but I just wanted to make it clear that we're doing the most secure yet flexible thing we possibly can.
If I may, Mayor Rogan, I think the only potential edit to this, which you're probably already assuming, is that if there was an emergency or need to modify that for some reason, that we should be able to do it.
Yeah.
So that would be a term.
I can go.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that, since COVID really, that these remote, people have been able to attend these meetings remotely. I feel like that is a great service that we offer. But I do appreciate you going to great lengths here to find a way to safeguard that. I think there do need to be limitations, and I know that, it's especially, well, it's an interruption, obviously, but I think, the part that I think was probably most, cumbersome for us or most damaging was losing all of those meetings from YouTube, like any record, and I'm so glad that has been reinstated since, right? They're all back now. So I feel like these are all reasonable requests, but I would love to know how staff feels about that.
We feel the same as you do. We want as many safeguards as possible. It is, it's gonna take a little training, on how to do that. And, you know, sometimes like we're inviting people we don't know, like tonight, you have to just hope they're not, sharing or whatever, but, I think that's what I heard you say is it's gonna take a little getting used to. It's a few more steps, but it's
Yeah.
doable.
And I was thankful that you saw the bigger picture of not saying this is exactly how we're doing it, because it does, it changes so fast, or the camera goes down.
Technology changes.
It's always something. So, I told Victoria, I said I was very happy that we didn't have 3 public hearings tonight, and I didn't have to try to juggle that, but I think, you know, once I get a couple under my belt, we'll be fine, and then if something new and better comes along, we have the option to go that route too.
And I think it's time to end remote public participation.
I was gonna ask that question.
Oh.
Yeah.
I do,
Yeah,
for
I do
public
too.
hearings and for audience business. I think it, you know, we were able to do it before COVID. Everything was in person before COVID. There was no remote option. That was fine. I think if there's if there's some sort of special request, right? You know, I think that I would hope that, the board would be comfortable with me deciding with Victoria and Dolores, whether to entertain a special request. For example, if somebody is disabled and they would like to make a comment or participate, you know, if it's an accessibility issue.
So should that then be some kind of a notice now at the top of all of our agendas that say if you are unable to attend in person,
Written requests.
you need to get special permission.
Yeah, I think we're already doing that now, aren't we? For the last.
We're saying in person only, yeah, and then that blurb is at on the bottom.
Does that mean we need to revisit our policy as well regarding, board members attending these meetings?
No, we can
No.
invite panelists to
Okay.
speak that we know are on the agenda.
And they're the
like to
only
speak.
ones who will get that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It just won't be going out
Published,
to the general public that's being transferred all around the world in a day.
And we won't be publishing any links anywhere. So the only link that will be published is the link to watch on our live
Like
stream.
we see here, watch at.
Yeah,
I will note about 5:38, I got an email from Doug Matthews. Where's the Zoom link? You know, can't get it. I emailed him back. I sent him the link to the live stream, and he was like, yep, that worked perfect, just fine. So
oh, good.
it did work, so.
Oh, good. And
Yeah.
you know, and so if the board agrees with this policy, it'll come back, as a resolution. And then I think we just need to do some public education about what we're doing and why. I think anybody in the room or watching that night will understand immediately. The other thing we wanted to talk about was, so the board, while Dolores was out, the board talked about, accepting written comments and putting them in the packet, but we never settled on exactly when the deadline would be because you weren't, here to provide your input. So let's do that too.
It's actually in the policy. It says noon on Thursday.
But the packets come out on Thursday, right?
Right.
So we talked about
Moving that.
So, I mean, we'd like it out on Thursday. That way, if there's something that the link didn't work, we need to, you know, it switched to PDF. I always re-upload something on Friday. So even Friday by noon would be great. That would give them time to see what's on the agenda, email me there, and then I can convert them to PDF and upload them and just put them in as public comments. Cause that's also when once I post the agenda and I start pulling things and
and trying to move it around, that's when it seems to break the whole packet online. So if I could do it once, you know, Friday at noon, any public comments would upload and they would know packet will post Thursday. Please review, we can e-blast it and make sure any comments are sent into the clerk by noon on Friday so they can get posted. And
I think, okay,
that's
great.
Yeah.
Is that enough time? I mean, if you're busy Thursday night and you work Friday morning, when are you gonna write your, when are you gonna, you guys take, I mean, it takes all weekend to get through the packets. Is it a hardship to do it on Monday?
No, I could do it Monday too.
Maybe the compromise there, it has to be in by like Saturday at midnight or Sunday at midnight or something, and then we'll upload them on Monday. So that would be everything that's whatever works best.
How does the board feel about that?
Which time?
The,
Sunday night?
upload on Monday morning?
Yeah.
I think that's fair, because people will be looking at the agenda and then forming their opinions and.
They have all weekend to talk to the neighbors.
Yeah.
So, but we won't be reading written records in, we will supply them to the
Correct.
board Monday morning.
Correct. We won't be reading anything.
And they'll go into the record.
Not even on public hearings, right?
No,
If people want to speak
you'll
at a
get
public
them.
hearing, they'll have to come in.
And so the time that they would need to submit something to put it in the record would be
8 AM Monday morning.
8 AM in the morning. I think that's good. You don't want staff to have to work weekends to do that.
Well, and as we do it, as they come in, it is, you see what it is, every time you get that little notice that it's changed, you're like, okay, what item changed this?
Yeah,
So then we could just do it on,
and you could just append it to the end of the packet, so it wouldn't have to affect the numbering, right? Like, you wouldn't.
Yes, I would create one new item if it's a public hearing on Planet Bluegrass. I just create public comments received through certain date and slide it in under. That way I wouldn't have to break anything and you would know this is the new agenda item that you need to go look at the comments for.
what if we say 7 AM? Because I know it's gonna happen. We're gonna say 8. Dolores is gonna get in here, someone's gonna be 8:15 and say, oh, it was only 15 minutes.
Well,
You know?
yeah,
So can we say 7 AM Monday morning?
that's fine, whatever you guys think is gonna work.
I mean, I think we to get around that issue, make it midnight on Sunday and just say we will upload it on Monday, not specify a time. And that way we can make the determination if someone sneaks in at, 7 AM, whether we're gonna upload it or not.
What does the board want?
Okay.
I kind of want whatever staff wants, because you all are the folks
As
who
long
have
as
to-
you guys know that if it comes in after 7 or 8, if we go at that. Because I mean, it really doesn't make a difference between midnight and 7 if something comes in, if someone's a night owl.
No, but there does need to be a cutoff that's applied equally.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying, we get here on Monday morning and something was delivered at 2 AM. It doesn't really matter to us, does it,
No.
Dolores? You just want it here when you log in.
Well, and that's, and you've seen the problem. Someone will email the board and then they didn't copy me and then, it just becomes a nightmare trying to filter through
Yeah.
all of these things,
So we'll need to do a lot of public education. And, I don't know, do you want to set up a different email address that's specifically for public comment for packets?
No, I think it'll be easier because then I can just create folders in my email and that way I'll know this was the November 4th meeting, the November 18th. I'll be able to just slide them over and not lose track of them.
We'll talk about it as staff and
Okay.
present it in the time
Okay,
and present it. It'll
And-
either be midnight or it will be early morning.
okay. And, I think, too, if you think of things that, would make this, more flexible for you, just feel free to propose it, so.
I think part of the public education would also be if you were unable to send something to put in the record by 7 o'clock or whatever the deadline is, you are still free to email the board.
Yeah,
I can do that at any time, just on the.
it just won't be in the public record
We,
in the same way.
we try to read them, and depending on our availability on that day, we may or may not get to all of them, but I think let the public know that it's not that you can't comment,
Yeah.
If you won't be heard if you don't print it there, but you can still email the board, it just won't go in the packet.
With the limited exception of quasi judicial issues, right? You can't be emailing the board.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Okay. All right, did we cover everything on that?
I think so. We will gear up that resolution.
And I think the board would be supportive in that if the technology requires spending some money for training. You know, do what you need to do for sure.
No, I think it's just more experience than it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Trustee reports. Let's start with trustee Delman tonight.
So nothing that Parks and Rec did not meet, but as you said earlier, they are looking for one more person.
Trustee Browning?
Don't believe the UEB or the EDC has met since our last meeting. They're meeting this week. In Trustee Daddy's absence, she's in California. I did meet with the Chamber of Commerce last week. And one of the things that we talked about there was the potential upcoming delinquent sales tax policy that I think is going to be on the next meeting's agenda.
Yes,
and I'll talk to the EDC about that. I want to try to let the business community know that there is a policy in the works about how the town staff and the board can deal with delinquent sales taxes. So the general reaction there was they understood the need based on prior issues that we've had with businesses that are no longer in town. So they understand it. I urge that they be alert for the details. If they have any comments on it, let us know.
Thank you.
Nothing from a historic preservation committee. I would like just to go on record noting that because it can't do anything about it until we would hit the 2026 anyway. So it'll be my intention in budgeting season of 2025 to take a look at increasing compensation for the mayor of the town to I could look at 35% of AMI. It could be more, it could be less, but there's no reason I don't think for us to take a look at that until we're looking at the budget for 2026 because we can't do anything about that.
Thank you.
Yeah, fire mitigation task force, I'm trying to schedule some site tours, like the Mealy neighborhood in particular, the Boulder County Parks and Open Space. I think we're probably gonna be doing that next Wednesday, the 13th, and then on Thursday, the 14th. We're gonna meet with Nicole Presto, who did the fire mitigation work for you. I wanna get her opinions on if anything has to be done to the L property, to see if there's any breaks there that could be established. Aaron, if you want to go on that, I'm going to invite Andrew Bowen too, to see if he wants to tag along. These will be short tours, maybe a couple hours at most, probably in the afternoon. And the ecology board's going to be meeting on the 12th.
Thank you.
So the Housing and Human Services Commission has not met since the last Board of Trustee meeting, but we'll be meeting on Monday, November 11th at 4:30 p.m. at the library. I have a few items here to discuss with them. I know that, like Kay mentioned tonight, they'll be discussing our priorities for Prop 123 strategies and making a recommendation. I'm also going to be, I'm not sure if I need to revisit the responsibilities for the Housing and Human Services Commission under the LMC or has staff
She has it on the agenda.
Oh, she has on the agenda. Great. I wanted to show them that draft proposal for the ADUs and U literature there. I can't really talk to them about our hosting goals yet because we don't know them, but I definitely want to talk about the survey and make sure they put it up there as well and share that, and also give them some feedback from the developer panel tonight. Kay was here. Is there anything I'm missing that you need to know or hear back from the Housing and Human Services Commission?
Not that I can think of.
Okay, good. That's my short list for Monday. The Arts and Humanities Commission has not met since our last meeting. They will be meeting on Tuesday, November 12th at 4:30 p.m. at the library. I believe they have one vacancy, and I believe the Arts and the Housing and Human Services has 2 vacancies.
I just appointed somebody to LAHC this evening.
Heidi. Yeah, the one person we're missing.
Yeah.
Awesome. E for Hardy for stepping up. Thank you to Mark for attending the chamber. I'd just like to kind of keep that partnership going. I'm not sure how the first Sunday went, yesterday. I don't know if anybody was on Main Street, if it felt like it was well attended. No? I missed it too. And finally, I had a question regarding the homelessness working group, the regional working group. So their next meeting is December 11th, and they are several, I missed the last meeting. They have several action items that they wanted elected officials to look at to clarify our intention. One of them was around state level funding for rental assistance, reviewing statewide data to see what percentage of funding is allocated to Boulder County and advocating for equitable distribution. Another topic is temporary reduction on capital gains tax at the federal level, develop a shared federal platform and lobbying strategy building on existing and new federal connections of elected officials. And finally, the creation of permanently supportive housing. Because as I learned at my first session, homelessness and housing really are connected very closely. And here it says all jurisdictions set a target of 10% of new affordable housing builds being dedicated to permanently supportive housing and reviewing annual reporting towards this target, which I feel like that might be something that once we set goals, we obviously need to come up with annual targets. So I guess my question to the board is, you know, how do I respond to these three items? Do I go to this meeting in December? Yeah.
Well, I think, having been to, I went to one of the meetings.
Yeah.
And, I think that the participants in the meeting realized that, Lyons is a little bit of an outlier when it comes to this topic. And I think it's fine if you want to go, I think it's fine to go and be there and listen and just say, you know what? We don't have the resources to be able to address these issues, but we want to participate as we can and learn what everybody else is doing.
Well, and this really is about the regional approach. So I think what they're looking for from us as an elected official is how do we feel about this regional approach to you know, to prevent homelessness. I guess I just don't always feel like I really have anything to add. I feel like I'm not the expert in homelessness. I can see what they've talked about the last session. I agree with what they've decided on. I don't know how this board feels about those three items, but obviously, you know how I feel about creating permanently supportive housing. I think the board is probably on board with that. We've been talking a lot about it. I'm not really sure if I understand the reduction on capital gains tax. So
I don't think
I know, I'm just like, I don't know.
I think they're probably looking at how can we band together with other counties
Right.
in the state of Colorado and make some change on a larger level.
It looks like it's a lobbying strategy, and it looks like it's building on existing and new federal connections of elected officials, which I have none. I have like zero, but what they're saying is that, again, this is a regional approach of people in the Boulder County, you know, government or who have these connections, I guess, to elected officials. Maybe they could lobby. I mean, I don't know what I can do personally, but that could be an approach from a regional perspective. And then, of course, rental assistance. I mean, yeah, I think there should be equitable distribution amongst residents, and we're talking about state level funding. So it's just, these are like, you know, strategies that they've come up with as a working group. So I can go on December 11th and listen and come back and tell you where they're at, and I'll see what I can.
I mean, if you would like to.
Sure. I just feel very incompetent, is what it is.
You're not.
But I'm happy to be the messenger.
I think the whole group understands that we're not
facing the same.
Yeah, we're not Longmont, we're not Lafayette, we're not
Right.
Superior, we don't have the same budgets, we don't have the same resources, they know that.
Okay, all right. I'll put it on my calendar for December 11th, and I'll report back at our meeting in December.
Okay,
as to how that went.
thank you.
I'll just be the messenger.
Thank you.
You bet.
Trustee Henry?
Sustainable Futures is meeting next Thursday, so I think we're down one member. David DeCoster
Oh, yeah,
tendered his
that's right.
resignation. I think he's got other things to focus on to
Yeah,
shut down,
he
so.
does. Okay, we'll find someone. Okay,
And we do have SFC slated for an update at our next meeting, if you wanna pass that on to Edward, if that works.
yeah.
Reiterate that, and if not, let me know.
Okay, so I had a busy couple weeks. Consortium of cities met here last week, which was great. There were about 12 people on a really windy, cold, rainy night. And we did talk about, the area agency on aging and the aging services in Boulder County. So what Trustee Dottie has there is, the report that the county made. And so I'm trying to get more copies of that. It's full of resources and data. Lions is not included in the breakdown of the data because we weren't big enough to get a sample from. I know, it made me kind of sad too. It was like, y'all come here and eat our sandwiches. But no, there's some great information in there. We had a very good meeting. So thanks to staff for helping set that up. I went to the St. Graham Valley School District. I went to the very beginning of their gala on Saturday. And that was great to see everybody and happy to see that, you know, they had a big silent auction room, as these things usually do. And each school had their own item to auction. So the Lion schools had the best basket. It was full of Spirit Hound bottles and CU memorabilia and Lions t-shirts and all kinds of good stuff. And Dr. Cog is next week. We had a great meeting with, I think, 7 of the chairs of boards and commissions. So we had kind of a lunch and a little review and get together, find out what's working, what's not, answer some questions. PCDC met and Planner Bone conducted a workshop on kind of the primer about how to be a PCDC member. So that is it for me. Busy. A summary of action items?
Yes. I have no.
You started at the top.
Yep, well, I have my list going. So, number one, I have, staff was asked to recirculate the HHSC's review of town properties. That was from the workshop. More education on the waiver of tap fees on ADUs. That's also from the workshop. Attorney Dittman is to research if CML is tracking lawsuits from HOAs. Ordinance 1167 was moved to a date certain of December 2nd. Resolution 2024-74 was moved to a date certain of December 2nd. Ordinances 1168 and 1169 were also moved to a date certain of December 2nd. Ordinances 1175 and 1176 were approved and passed on second reading. Resolution 2024-84 was moved to a date certain of December 2nd. Next step is to research subdividing / rezoning the Brown Shed property for owner deed restrictive options. The board consensus is to hold the line on property taxes for the 2025 budget. Next, I have a research capital model to understand all operating numbers and try to get an annual emergency cost for budgeting purposes. Follow up with LCF on facilitating the budget request from LEAF. Next, the board would like to see the 55,000 backfill dollars go to the general fund. A future agenda item for a future ADU incentive program to be capped at $5,000. Yeah, and then allocate $5,000 for ADU incentives for the 2025 budget was also direction. Next was keep the 0.05 sales tax set aside for now. No definite project was identified. And then last, I have bring the resolution on legislative policy amendments to the next meeting on November 18th. Brandon, did I miss anything, Victoria?
That last one was about the remote meeting.
Yeah, that's the legislative policy education.
The other thing I have, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
The only other thing I have is the memo on the ADU legislation addition of talking to CML, so.
Okay.
Okay, great. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second?
Second.
Okay.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. 10:15. Why does it feel like 3 in the morning?
Getting you ready for tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night.